but he was working behind Riley Leonard at the time, and we actually used him as quarterback on our short yardage goal line pass, and utilized some of his skills down in there in our red zone. But we're excited about having him back. He did a great job of leading us last year. Last year was really a different football team for us. We graduated 90% of our offense going into last season, and so we kind of got thought about how we're going to move football, we had to think outside the box. And Coach Williams and our staff sat down, and we kind of borrowed a little bit of what Coach from Carolina was doing. I went back to some of his old option rooms, and we really ran the football a lot a year ago. And there were a couple of reasons for that. Number one, Caden's a great athlete, run the ball. We had Quaylen at running back. We had an experienced offensive line, and we were starting over at wide receiver. We had lost several big-time players from the year before. And another reason was we knew our kicking game was going to be really good. Luke Freer was turning, and we had a lot of guys on defense that we felt like we could play really good defense. And we thought early on we'd kind of have to keep close to the vest, and we did, and the formula kind of worked. But a lot of those guys are gone. And so, this year, every year as a high school football coach, it's a different group. And going into this year, I do think we'll have to be much more versatile, and that's what we've been working on. And I probably, I was the reason for a lot of that, probably close to the best offense, because I thought that's what we had to do to win. But I think this year's football thing will be totally different. And it's probably why Kate's passing numbers aren't what they could have been. But I'm going to tell you right now, he's an outstanding back. I wouldn't take anybody else down here for him. I think he'll play college football years from now. Both of these guys will play some college football, and we're going to be a much more versatile package. We've got it, and we're going to definitely open it up more. And so that's something we're excited about. Quaylen rushed for close to 1,000 yards a year ago, right at 1,000 yards. But we kind of had a two-headed monster in the backfield, Clint Patrick and Quaylen. And so I think he'll have a few more totes this year. Probably a really good defensive player, but he's not going to play over there. He's going to be at running back, keep him healthy, ready to go. But these two guys are two of the main guys coming back. We do have some other good players. Ben Mosley at wide receiver, Jack McCormick, two guys I think that will be seniors that are really going to help. Ben played a little bit a year ago, got some starts, and he's a really fast, small receiver, real quick, runs really good routes. Jack's really improved in the offseason. He can play much, but he's got a big frame. We've got Greg Bowman and Abe Solomon, along with Fred Bradley, three seniors at the A-back position. And then we've got Sanders Daniel, who I think will be a junior for us. He's going to be one of our guys that I think's got a chance to play after high school. He's a 6'3", 225-pound tight end. Started a year ago for us, and we're excited about having him back. In the offensive line, we lost 4 seniors a year ago, and 2 of them are playing college football this year. So we got some work to do there. Barrett Kane will lead the way. He was a returning starter for us. He played every game at center a year ago. We'll probably use him in some different places. And Clayton Noblet, they got a couple starts for us a year ago, will return as a tackle. We've got some seniors. We've got 4 seniors, I think, that have a chance to play in the front. Marshall Azar had a really good spring to play offensive guard for us, along with Mickey Herrick at the center. And in the guard, we've got Josh Gillen and Jacob Northrup. And those give us 4 seniors, I think, that get playing time. That'll be the main guys in our offensive line. Those 6 guys, I think, all kind of operate as first teamers to give us a little bit of depth. But we're really excited about those guys. Dallas Booth is a young man that plays some tight end. He's really improved from last year to this year. Actually played outside linebacker a year ago, but he's gained size and strength, and he'll play some tight end for us. Sanders Daniel at H-back for us. So we're really excited about our offensive group. Again, I think we'll be much different. We're gonna work a few guys on both sides of the football. You'll see Shay Brown, Amir Adams, Nolan Phillips. They're going to come over and play some wide receiver. But we know that based on Caden's talents, based on and I'll tell you one thing, Quadley catches the ball really good out of the backfield. So, we're going to utilize that a little bit more because we lost some elements on defense, and we're going to have to score more points. And I think that you'll see a little bit more of a wide open attack against us. But really excited about our offense, and Coach Williams and his staff do a great job of putting us in. The defensive side of the ball, we really hit hard on the defensive front. We lost 4 guys that are going to be playing college football on some level for us a year ago. But Parker Beach has kind of came on. He'll lead the way for us at defensive end. He's a returning starter. He played some. He's kind of in and out of the lineup last year. He was in the rotation. We also, John Harper is a senior that's kind of divided his time. I think John will give us some quality stats this year. We got some juniors, Sean Williams and Brian Lewis. I think that'll play well in that front. I'm also excited about a couple of sophomores and Rock Gerhardt, PJ Harbin. I think they're going to get some quality reps as well. They played really good in the spring game. And Brockton Norris will play some defensive end. Noah Engel, another senior, will give us some snaps. So we're going to try to play at least 8 to 9 guys in our front four and give us some a lot of rest and reps and versatility. So we're excited about the group. Our linebacker core is probably the one with the most experience returning. We got 4 seniors that are playing linebacker, and Brooks Bradfield at outside linebacker. Inside, Corey DeBoley returns for his 3rd year as a starter for us at the Mike position. And we've got Holland Brock, who plays for us, and Hunter Hughes. All of those guys have started there. Not only are they good football players, they're really good leaders. And I think our linebacking crew will set the tone for us on our defensive side. And then in the secondary, it could be, we lost some good players, Blaine Meyer, Peyton Nero, from a year ago. But we've done some shuffling back there. Probably the most versatile guy in our secondary is Shay Brown. Shay played corner. He's going to play some safety. He can go back out the corner. He's a very versatile player, 6'2", roughly 190-pound player. So I think he'll play some college ball as well. He's a very versatile player. And then Maddox Davis, who has started for us on and off for 2 seasons. He played outside linebacker. He played some safety. He can line up in a couple different positions. He's back. Amir Adams, a young junior for us, who started a year ago as a sophomore. Really promising player, along with Nolan Phillips. Both of those guys are juniors. Nolan did not start a year ago, but it's probably mainly because we were senior laden in the secondary. But he had a great spring, and he's got a good frame. Both of our corners are good size guys. So we're really excited about our secondary. I think got a chance to be good. Anthony Martinez will play a little bit. Dixon Davis will play a little bit. Maybe Matthew Bernard. But we've got a lot of different little options in the back half. Tad Mitchell. So we're going to play a lot of guys on the defensive side, try to keep them fresh. But again, we are a team that does work guys on both sides of the ball. I don't know if you remember back when I was at Auburn High School, we had a guy named Rashad Evans, played defensive end, but he also played wide receiver. So I really believe in giving guys who are athletic a chance to make plays and utilize the talents of our team. You may just go back to the song. I don't know. We're going to do what it takes to win. And I'm really excited about our group. We got over 100 kids playing football. We got 32 seniors, and our staff is have a lot of stability. We had no changeovers in the off season, so several been able to keep the same guys there. And several of those guys were there when I got there as head coach. So I think that's always really important that you've got a group of coaches that are able to stick it out and look to see where they are, and we can really force that at Fairhope. Our kicking game, Luke Freer moved on. He'll be kicking at Air Force this year. And we've got Ryan Mcneil and we've got Campbell McKellar. These are two guys that we're really excited about. Ryan's a good kicker. He's got they always pick at him all the time. You feel the guys in the locker room like, oh, come on there. Can't drop off. Can't have fun. We need to kick your kickoffs out the back of the end zone. But I think Ryan's going to be a really good kicker for us. He's a good athlete, similar to Luke, but he's not quite as big. He's got a powerful leg, and so we're excited about him. Campbell McKellar started kicking last year. Has done some camps this year, so I think we'll have two guys that can get it done on a Friday night. We also in Manuel, the Stafford, play Holland Rock, play but I think they'll do a good job to give us really two athletic Stafford that get down the field to cover. So we're looking forward to them being able to have that opportunity as well.
You talked about Kate a little bit. What makes him special?
He's a winner. What are all the intangibles that go into that? He's intelligent. He's tough. I've never had a good football team if our quarterback's not one of the toughest players in the country. I think that's sometimes the quality that is not looked at enough. The quarterback's got to be tough. He's going to take some shots when he's not looking at those shots coming. He's got to keep the guy down the field to throw the football. But he's just a problem. I coach a lot on the defensive side of the ball, and one of the worst things to do is get pressure on him. Because when he does, he's going to go left or right or up the middle, and he's running a 4.5. He's 195 pounds, physical. He runs the ball like a running back, and so it's just so many things that he can do to create problems, and he's got some intangibles.
So you mentioned about being more wide open on offense this year. Will it look different, or still the same sort of offensive look y'all had?
We're gonna always keep people guessing. So I think we're gonna be run pass, RPO, you name it. I think I do believe you got to be able to run the football. And why? Because in high school football, latency, the weather turns bad down here. It's wet. You play on a cold night. You play. Sometimes the passing game doesn't always work. You got to be able to run the football. We are definitely going to be a run play action. We're going to be able to spread it. We want to be, that's the great thing about Coach Williams. He sits in there and schemes nonstop. So we've got lots of different packages, and a lot of times it's what the game dictates. And like I said, a year ago, I got to take Kate to the best quarterbacks in Alabama. He'll get a chance to prove that. We play Briarwood. They got the guys that go to Clemson, top 4 players in the country. I think he's 4 and I challenge you with that. I want people to leave there that night and say, man, who is that guy? Because I've had an opportunity to coach a lot of really good quarterbacks, and I'll put him up there with any of them. So I'm excited about seeing some different things. And the main thing is that games, get into games, and you have to manage the game to win it. But I'm excited about some of the things that we try to do. We were really wide open 2 years ago. Last year, I think it's just a different circumstance. All the guys that we had lost offensively, we had to come up with a way to kind of attack people and think outside of the box a little bit. I think we did that. And the fact that he's an unselfish guy, he just fought right in and did what we asked him to do. But we're definitely going to have to do some different things this year. I don't know if we'll be as good on defense. I don't know. There are a lot of things I don't know, but I do know that we have some explosive abilities. So we need to utilize those. So you said they read one song for 19, 7, that I wrote in the book, and I also had to go outside the area to read the game. Talk about that instead. Yeah, it was a headache. I had this similar problem all the night. We were 17 for a while. I actually hated it. It was pretty good. And people just aren't lining up to play. And we kind of had that, the same problem this year. And I know a lot of us experienced it. So we had to, it's going to affect our travel. We're going to spend more to take our team to play different places. But we're going to look at it in a positive way. We'll play people you normally don't play. going to play Briarwood. Like I said, everybody knows the Briarwood really good football, really well coached. So we're excited about those trips, but it really makes it difficult. And I know there were a lot of schools. I know several schools in our region that still look at the game really late. I had the same thing at Auburn High School. We played Sandy Creek, we played Night Trip, Florida. They travel all over because we're in the 17 region. It makes it extremely difficult. I played 9 games a couple weeks ago because I just could not get a 10th game. I hate it. I'd rather be in a 9-team region than a 17 region because you kind of have less questions about scheduling. But we're going to embrace it. Like I said, we're going to take our kids to different places. So that'll be a lot of fun.
Are y'all going to talk about?
They come here this year, so we will. But it's a home and home, so we'll be going there.
Talking about 7A Region 1, last year you beat Theodore and Baker back-to-back weeks. Does that give you any momentum coming into this season, beating 2 of the top teams that was in 7A Region 1 last year?
I think it helps. Everything. Our kids believe they can be anybody. I don't think I've ever lined up at their hope. It's been like, I don't know. And they have that belief. It's one thing to have it as a coaching staff, but to have it as a kid, that's another thing. Our culture is really good. Our kids are extremely competitive. We're not going to lay down for anybody. We're going to play extremely hard, and we're going to give ourselves a chance. I think we have to do a lot of things right sometimes. We have to be penalty free. We have to be very disciplined. We have to execute. But I've got a lot of confidence in this group of guys. Just get a feel out of practice. And I tell them often, I never lie to them. If we come in and have a bad practice, I'm going to tell them straight up, that was an awful day. You can't win working like that. But I don't think I probably said it, but maybe once to this group in all of spring and this summer. They really come in and very, I had to get on the other day. I like to get more excitement out there. Sometimes we just got to go into emotion. I want some, talk to each other. Do something. Let's get this thing going. Let's get good. But they're competitive. We went to spring game. I saw some of these guys stepping up and be the starters for the first time, and it was fun to watch them. I mean, they really were. They were competitive. They were getting after it, and that's all you can ask for. The great thing about Fairhope, we pretty much play with the guys that have played with the Gate, the middle school and the 9th grade. These guys love playing with this blue and gold, and that means a lot. They've grown up as kids in Fairhope. We've had a few kids moving in, just because job changes, parents moving, but for the most part, our kids are fairly kids, and they love the blue and gold. They love to hear the cannon fire. They love playing in that great stadium we had at Mavis Field. It's a beautiful turf. I mean, we're just so fortunate to play and go to school where we do. So, it's just really a special. It's been. I'm going on 8 years here, and these have been really 8 special years. Real quick on that. What does it take from you to get the guys to come out and play things and go through the hard practice? What do you instill in them to make them compete to want them? That's a great question. Maybe it's I don't know. I don't know that I possess that formula. We try to tweak those buttons and we try to make things competitive. We even have like all-season competitions the way we're able to do something a little bit every day. I just want them to enjoy themselves. We got that. We like them to sit down and talk and have time together and develop some camaraderie in a competitive environment. I come in there in the morning. I'm ready to go. I'm up at 4 o'clock in the morning. We come to practice. I'm ready to go with the coach. They know that. I'm going to be riding them. I'm going to be cutting up with them. I'm going to be now. I need a nap. But it's again, we've got really good kids. I feel like, and I think they're driven. They want to be as good as they can be, and it's and they play together, and they're buddies, and I think that's really special that the kids enjoy playing for the school they grew up in the area. Again, I would take it for anything. I'm excited about what we've got, and every team's different, every team's unique. And, we'll figure out maybe what this this group needs a little more than the other. And I've got great guys. I mean, I coached with 9 other guys, and we're in that room and we're brainstorming and we're trying to think, hey, what do we need here there? And there's a trust, I believe, that exists between us and our players, that they know we got their best interests at heart, and they want to make us proud, and it's just really a good situation. Our kids will play hard, make no promises. I'll never forget last year going to the game. I didn't tell them, "Hey, we're gonna win this. We're gonna." I said, "Just play hard." We were able to pull it out. But even in the game, it's like just do your best effort, play hard, compete, do it with class, and then at the end of the night, we shake your hand, came out on top, great, we did it. Nobody wants to play. So it's been a good thing, and I think these guys are going to kind of continue that tradition of where Hope's always been.
Thanks, Coach. Can we take you on to that? All right, so Caden, tell us about this change of offense that we're going to see.
It's going to be somewhat similar, kind of give us more of a two-way here. Make it harder for the drives running that. Shouldn't see too much difference. Just kind of change it up. Couple different things. What do you see in your play? What do you see in your strength and what probably this season coming up being a senior. Last year I felt like I was a leader. Really this year I got to embrace that role. Kind of lead my team. I've always felt like I was a winner. So my confidence is still because I work hard enough. And working with guys like Baldwin and the rest of the team makes it easier for me to have the confidence. Going into every game, we're going to have to show us that you're better than us. Every Friday night.
What was your biggest game last season and why?
I'd probably say the Theodore game. Even though I think I only threw the ball 3 times that game. But, I mean, people don't understand how big of a role I had in that game. Reading, giving it to Claire or Glenn. I think making the correct reads and really just leading the team. It was a battle. And so being able to, bring the guys together and do what we got to do to win. Probably the biggest game I had last year.
I got a question for you. Fairhope's 2-4 all time against Spanish Fort. Y'all opened up against Spanish Fort. How do you feel about that game?
It's the same thing I said earlier. It's a new season. You're going to have to show me that you're better than us. We're going to prepare harder than we did last year.
How does the coach mention you got to play Briarwood? You got to play a committed quarterback. I know that's way down the road, but does playing guys like that fire you up?
Definitely does. I thought about it a couple of times. I kind of spent it myself, but just thinking about the task ahead, like knowing that he's a big time recruit. And I haven't really competed against him ever. I don't ever see him out and about training and stuff like that. But I can't wait to line up against him on Friday. And again, he's gonna have to show me that he's better than me. And I have all these offers, and I feel like I'm somewhat underrated. He's gonna have to show me what he's really about. You thought much about what you might like to say? I mean, I recently got my first offer at Baldwin University, but with the way recruiting is right now, I don't want to get too ahead of myself. I don't want to get disappointed. You never really know what recruiting is. I mean, taking it day by day, whatever happens. Whatever I think is best for me and my family and everybody else, whatever.
You're like a Fairhope legacy, right? Your granddad was who? What?
WC Majors. WC Majors is what our field is named after. I don't even know what generation I am. It's somewhere else there. My family's been here for forever. But yeah, it's being able to play on that field and stuff, it being named after my great grandfather, it's definitely something special. Not every other player gets to do that, and that's what Coach Carter's saying. Like, we've been here for forever. we don't really go out trying to recruit people and stuff like that. It's all everybody's local. We've playing together since I think like first grade. Me, Quaylen, Shay, Todrick Bradley, Nicky Harris, Corey Foley, we all have probably one of the strongest blocks just because we've been playing the sport for so long. And I mean, everybody else is going along the road is not been a problem.
Very good. Thanks, man. Later. Huh? You didn't know that? Get one, two. Wait, tell us about your goals this year. What's on your mind? You, with Lynn going, coach says you're going to get more carries, more takes this year.
We do run the ball a lot, really start opening up and also have special moments too, swapping it out, and keep us good enough to keep the focus.
What was the biggest game for you last season?
I definitely say Daphne game because we were down,
Yeah.
going into the halftime and came back out, played hard with each other, and came back in victory in overtime.
Quarterback says y'all been playing together since first grade. What was y'all's best season playing together since y'all been together?
Well, like City League, you know, they have like Carol Black, we never played actually together, but we still had to play closer together. Yeah. But we was on different teams, but we still get to go both.
What do you see in your quarterback there?
I trust him all the time. I know he's gonna throw the ball and the ball up. I trust him.
Right. I know you guys all see you guys just amongst your brothers, you guys talk about possibly him getting this season to him and his family. Use it as a motivator to continue to win.
Yes, sir. He was very close to many people I see, such as myself. Yeah, it's a hard loss, and we will definitely take him every time stepping up.
What type of legacy do you want and the rest of the seniors want to leave at Fairhope High School?
Be good leaders, be good Christians, and show the younger people how to be and be good role models.
How do you compare yourself to the other top running backs in 7A? Daphne has a good one. Davidson has a great one.
I really don't look at so much of that. I mean, I know they have a running back, but I kind of focus on my game, myself, and my team.
All right, guys, coach. Thanks for kicking us off today.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Have a good season.
Yeah, can we get a picture?
Coach.
Good job.
That's not one, that's about five.
Fairhope High School head coach Jim Carter, I'm telling you, one of the top coaches here in this region. And man, we're excited about the season. Next up, Daphne. Daphne High School. Quinn, what you got?
Man, this boy just said he don't even know what generation he is. His granddad, the field named after his granddad.
Oh, is that a nice pass? Talk to us about that tie. It's a nice Daphne tie. Okay.
All right, Coach, introduce your guys. All right, just kind of give us a state of the program. Where do you feel like you're at?
State of the program, the
state right now, that we've been working on, creating that winning habit. We started the whole season. We've done a great job of making sure that we're eating, making sure that we're getting away from creating that winning habit in the weight room, in the classroom, anything that we do, we're trying to create. Talk about how many people you got returning on both sides of the ball and all that. Both sides of the ball, right now, we have 6 starters on offense, 7 starters on defense. So where do you feel like the strength may be, and what do you want to see improve? The strength this year would be we have on defense. We have 4 return starters. We have half. So we're excited about defense returning. Of course, our offense things have changed. We lost key offensive line. We lost key quarterback. We have coming back. We feel great. We look at the spring, guys came out, we want to change the spring up, make it more competitive. Guys kind of get away from competition, Oklahoma, boards, things like that. We're skinny, but we got one back to the school side of it. Summer's been great. We have had a great competition. We have
Daphne has always had a stable of running backs to come through. Do we expect to go back to the old Daphne Trojan workhorse mentality in the backfield? I see you got Stacy Borkins there with you. Who's gonna be throwing the ball to Stacy Borkins this year?
Well, we're gonna see.
A couple years ago, y'all, Daphne Middle School won the county championship. How important was that team on your roster right now? Those guys. Coach, tell us about Lamontis Gardner and how he came to be the offensive player.
Lamontis Gardner, he's a of course, he's a he's a Lamontis Gardner. 3 years ago, and a lot of experience. So we decided to have, and he left us to coach
Any other coaching changes?
Let's go for game.
How big? Oh, go ahead.
What would you say that he can for the laws all
Playing Saraland the first game. How big is that game gonna be here? It's gonna be here, right? Yeah. How big is that game gonna be? Just for the fans and the community sake.
of course. here. Talking about the summer, the summers go on. I'm not going to go out and get a bed. Make sure they come practice. Make sure they come work. That's been great. And I understand how things how it was. So yes, help me. Take care of the race, take care of the situation. We have kept building. So make sure that we go and come back.
Defensive backs, Daphne known to have some great defensive backs to come through. Who are some of those guys that we need to circle?
Definitely carrying on. Those guys have done a good job. Of course, two of them came along to senior, but we started from all of
Coach, when you were playing here, it's probably less of a transient community. You didn't have, you grew up probably wanting to play for the Daphne Stage, and now you see kids coming and going. Is that frustrating for you, or how do you handle that as a coach?
I mean, it's fine. You think about it, and you'll see guys come and go, just where we live about it. Then, having the guys that show up, we want to play with them, those guys that we're going to line up and play with them. I'm just glad that guys that are really good job, and they want to know that purpose, bro. Again, we frustrated, but we don't worry about it. We want to keep the guys that are still there, working on that nice stuff.
The receiver spot. I know you said Stephon moving back to receiver. You have a solid group of receivers coming back this year. Talk a little bit about those guys.
Last year, you will see stuff come up over. Again, you'll see these guys. I hope we want to give up the balls. Our favorite, those two guys, and we're going to try to get the ball to us.
Coach, talk about the schedule a little bit. It looks like a pretty tough road in there. Having to go to Carver, Montgomery, then coming back, having Alvin Bryan, Davis, and Baker, and then jumping right back into Van Hope, Mayor Junior Fold.
Yeah, when looking at the schedule, picking the schedule, those college time was hard. Worked out 5 games, but again, I want to make sure that you go and 5 games that we can see where we're at. I'm not that. I want to go back to what you have and what we have for us. And we want to call 5-star lineman and then come back. Everybody talks about 6 to 8, 7 to 8. Our schedule is tough to do.
All right, Coach, let's get some of your guys up there. Lacey, you want to go first? Oh, Stacey, tell us about your goals for this year. How do you feel about the Trojans going in?
My goal this year is with the team. I want to win.
What's the off season been like? You guys been working hard? Or?
We're working very hard.
What was your biggest game last season and why?
My big argument was, I would say, Purple, at the end of the game, we didn't finish off that we were winning.
I think last time, Fair Hope, Daphne won a state championship. Your coach, was on that team. How big is that to be playing for one of the legends at Daphne High School?
It was very big. He's a winner. He's a winner. Let me say it very big.
What do you expect that offense to be like? Have some change at quarterback and what do you expect?
What I expect is that to keep going. You know, we have Adams.
Are you excited for that Fairland game?
Yes, sir. We're excited to compete with anybody.
Okay, thanks, Steve. Johnny? Good morning, how are you, sir? Tell us about on the defensive side.
We got a lot of things ready to work.
You feel like with changes on offense, maybe y'all might have to carry the load a little bit early on, or?
Once the whole cat back,
Does Coach King still get out there with you at all on the defensive side, or is he retired? No.
he's still out there.
I know he's coaching, but is he roughing you up any? What tell us about your goals?
My goal is to make things better.
How strong you think y'all can be on the defensive side?
We can be very strong and very
Are you excited about the Fairland game? Are you part of the welcoming committee for Daphne? I call the people that's in the backfield the welcoming committee. So you're gonna be part of the welcoming committee?
Daphne is 84-3 all time when allowing less than 10 points. So how big do you think the defense will be this year trying to win a 7A state title? Daphne is 84-3 all time when allowing less than 10 points. How do y'all think y'all gonna stand up against 7A this year?
Coach, you know y'all were 84-3 when allowing less than all you have to do is allow less than 10 points. 10 points.
Coach, I already know. He started it.
You guys are on that line. What is it gonna take? You know, you on that lineup with you guys on Friday night. What is it gonna take from these leaders and for the rest of your teammates to make sure you guys come out there with a win?
All right, thank you, John. Yeah. How you doing, man? Now you play what position? Linebacker. All right. Well, talk about the defense a little bit. That's gonna be special on this side.
Well, we had a lot of starters. I feel like the experience and not having a lot of we have some young guys playing. All the young guys playing. Not the starters, but playing. So I feel like with our experience and us united under one role to win a state, I feel like we'll be able to do anything for our we can stay together.
What game last season do you think was the biggest game for Daphne?
I had to agree with Stacey and say fail, but it really showed us how important it is to stay strong and not get comfortable. Stay committed to what we're doing for all 48 minutes of the game and play from first to fourth quarter, finish like you started. Not become comfortable with your lead and always be comfortable.
Talk about tackling Nick Clark in practice.
It's a good staying in this and going in the game. There's not many people running across the doors. So he's got a lot of power and coming to the game every day. So honestly, I love it. It makes the games a lot easier. They don't want it as much as he does, because he wants it every play. He wants to score every play. So there's not a lot of guys that do that. There's not a lot of guys that run the mentality, carry the ball with the will and make an embarrassing person for him. So I feel like it's a good thing to add on the team, and it's a good thing to practice.
Now, you playing linebacker, you gotta keep your head on a swivel, as a linebacker. You have a slot receiver, you have to line up with a receiver. What do you think your odds are run up against a top receiver? Because there are some here in Alabama that you guys want to go up. What do you think you need to make sure that, you're doing your job, staying home, doing your assignment?
Well, I just need to play my technique and play my coaching and not play there and not do wrong. Stay within the game plan and just stay calm, keep my head under water, and just stay committed to what we've been getting coached all week. Stay with the game plan, and I think if we do that, it doesn't matter if we're there, we'll be able to.
The last time Daphne had a great defense and a great running back in 2010, they won the state championship. Do you feel like this is the year for the Trojans as a player?
I feel like we're getting closer every day, and I feel like this team is the most committed team that I've played on, and we've been, we're not having to motivate them. Tell them what's right and wrong. Football, my footsteps, sticking with the program, not trying to do that. So I feel like we got the best chance this year out of all these out there.
All right, guys, coach, thank you, and thank you for having us here again at the Trojan Hall.
Yeah, that was Daphne High School. Daphne High School coach Kenny King. I'm telling you, they have something going on here, Daphne, that we gonna keep a close eye on this season. Just get ready.
Thank you, man. Everything good? I do need something.
Wake up, coach. He got you. Thank you. Yeah. Hey, we gonna be coming down there soon. Yeah, we coming. Me and him. I already know. Yeah. Yeah.
Man, there's a lot of tradition over there at Daphne. Coach Kenny King and the gang, they're going to be ready, man. I tell you now, don't sleep on Daphne.
You want to introduce you guys for us?
Yeah, touchdown Washington back. White, off the line. 5 minutes on. And that's all.
Just kind of give us a idea where you are in the program.
Yes. We're still looking at the line. Another difficult task. Starting my career.
guys have handled so well for a long everything around the world. Because Bible, we're now the biggest Bible school about that. It's great to say. But that being said, our numbers are up. When I got there, I was 35 this year. And now we're 85, 90 kids every day. So our depth is tremendous. We're finally getting where we've got some quality depth. The guys that we had on the floor last year, better last year. The guys that we now we got some quality depth. Better. We're finally doing that street standpoint, speed standpoint, general understanding that we can have that quality. We've been able to hire some tremendous people. Be honest with you, this is not, so to speak, might be the best staff that I've ever had. We had Daphne, trigger on the play Arkansas State. People are so much. Our standpoint, Trigger was best player in my career, one of my top 5 players all the time. He cares so much about the kids, cares so much about the football. How Wayne wins. Actually, that is the team from Arizona. So if you ever think that his resume, it's impressive. It's impressive. That dude is quite accurate. So Wayne is going to be a major asset for us. I'm actually turning the defense over to him. I told our coach it was probably before practice. But it allows me to just be the head coach and sit on the offensive side. So if you're going to do that, you got to trust the guys. And I trust them to do a great job. We've got 7 back on offense. We've got 8 back on defense. We've had a tremendous offseason in the weight room. Spring training was great. Play Baldwin. We're playing some of the big 7-on-7. And what we're really trying to do right now is we're not going to hide. We're not going to hide. Why in the world will they'll work with the Baldwin spring? Because I want our kids to see it very good. Because if you're going to go play fighter, you're going to play league, and all that better. They're going to expose you to a quick. So we play Baldwin spring, any kind of OTA, Sarah, and I tell you, I did really well. We're playing South, tremendous winning both of those. So I really like where we're at. It's not only going to continue to grow up. It's a process, starting school. You look at most schools start out there over kids for the first 2 years. We're 2 points away both years from making playoffs. So it's growing like crazy. We're excited to get out.
What's your quarterback situation?
Hunter Powers is back. Hunter that started last year. It was his first year as a starter. Hunter has really fun. Leader and quarterback. His knowledge of the game. He's doing little things, the intangible things that you like to see from a quarterback that he wasn't showing last year. 7-on-7. That you've seen before. Coach Hunter is a great player.
Speaking of the 7-on-7s, you played over at South Alabama, and me and Quinn Russell was there, and you beat Blunt. And everybody at the whole entire 7-on-7 was looking at your field, at your guys after you beat Blunt, and was wondering how and why.
I tell you what, when you step in the field, look at our field, look at
Yeah.
We play with this Blunt. Daphne, that's a big thing. But again, we tell our kids every day that we have to figure out ways to win different. You can't keep going out after everybody. So what you have to do is really different. You have to figure out ways to do everything perfect, to play harder than the other team, be smarter than the other team, do every single thing right. That's what you invest in living on for years. I even told those of those guys last year, you know, that's what's happening. Yeah. And then you look up and it's 35-7. You know, how did that happen? Just because they do everything right. Everything right. And so that's where our kids are at. That's one place they make it. So you can play with anybody. Play harder than they do and do everything right.
What do you feel like the strength of the team might be?
Defensively, we're going to be really good. We made some tremendous strides last year. We've got a chance to be special there. I think in the spring game against Baldwin, we were able to stop the run very effectively. They struggled on the ball between the tackles, but they were prepared. We were standing running out, and we had trouble tackling them on the perimeter. That being said, Perry's going to do that to a lot of players. But defensively, we're going to be really good. And then offensively, I think the thing that's hurt us in the last is that we got a big O line, we got a big run back. Get over the top. We're fast. Not people think smart enough to everything but well, we put a major difference this offseason on our speed program, getting to be as fast as we can possibly do. And now we've got some guys who got really good talent. And they can run. And so we've got some guys in this fastest. So I'm looking forward to there. We're going to make some tremendous strides. Very, very difficult.
I don't know many folks realize how broad geographically good school district is. It goes from Fish River to Toledo, and down to Toledo Beach. So that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Does that present any problems transportation-wise for kids?
Listen, I'll tell you what, if you tell them to be there at 6:30 in the morning, they'll be there. Whether it's little, whether they're living in the traffic, little, okay? We got guys that come from Sunday all the way. You got to be we got tremendous parents. It's been great time. They're true. It's great. So that, you know, the reason that you were going but it is a big geographic area. And that's why I don't want to this class area, a lot of this thing we're having major issues in our houses. Building a $700 million athletic facility in Asia, which we've done in January. Where the school is now, it's kind of landlocked. So a lot of our things are campus, baseball, softball, off campus, track team, don't have a track yet. Good thing is we're in the process of doing that. I think what they gave me but that makes sense also. Where I it's truly a
Regions change to do that.
yeah, Michael came up, Williamson came up, those stores came down. Those stores came down. So it's going to be a I think what we sprang right one of those times between Colin, Coach Johnny, with me and he's actually sort of coaching staff.
Coach, talk about good teams in that region. You and Madison Central now probably being two of the best, and we didn't even name those. Talk about 0-2 versus Bayside Academy in school history.
Yeah, you know, the first year we went over there and played. I'll say this: people asked me last year, being in that question, players playing against. That player I played this last year. We played this last year. He was really good. He was really good. Like sneaky.
Yeah.
And so last year our game field probably was physical game places I've been to.
It was a 6-point game. We had our opportunities to win the game. We went on 4th and 1. They set the house and stuff. That type of stuff. It was back and forth. And they do a tremendous job. That being said, they did lose a lot. They lost a lot of players. But he's gonna have it. He's gonna have it ready. They come back to our place. I think the strides we made from year 1 to year 2, you can only compare it to the games he's played in the past. We've closed the gap a lot with a lot. Yeah, actually, that's what I was saying. It's not enough to have depth quality. It's good to have 85 kids out there, only 22 players. We're in the point now where this young bunch that won a lot of games in middle school, and now they're coming out. We've got some guys that fully, Ty actually sprained his ankle playing summer basketball. So he missed probably 7-on-7. We put a 10th player out there. So, I mean, you're at the point now where you've got some guys with some quality depth that you can also get. And two, play special teams and all that type of stuff. It's a different animal. If you play Iron Man with 182 and 138, it's hard to do it by yourself. You got to have that quality.
What's some of your goals for this season? In the second year.
Yeah. Love that school. Every coach will stand up here to say that. My goal is for Alberta High School to be the best possible. And to continue to make strides in becoming. I tell our kids all the time, there's 2 runners got position. We're doing that now. We're doing that now. And so, what do you want the legacy? What do you want? We love to win the championship, 100%. But I want Alberta to be the best possible. And I think if we do that, if we show them games, the things we've done this summer, I think we play with that. I really do. And the goal is to go win the ones you're supposed to, and then beat some that's not. And I fully think that we're capable of doing that. Yes. Well, I tell you, it really goes back to being practice. We spent more time on special than anywhere I've ever been because it truly is the third phase game. It's so easy when coaches get into practice. Everything's tempo high. It's that you get special teams. You're like, I won't get that ball. But it's the third phase of the game, and we've won and lost games on special. And so actually, when the kids left, they may have heard it talking about it. We have special teams. And talking about the importance of placing an emphasis on special teams. We've got a kicker who's a really good player. He's going to be just there. Daphne and College cares a lot about it. Mitch Warfield, who's the All-American kicker in West Alabama, guy. He gets those kids to play for him, and they do a really, really good job. Especially in half the field. It has to be good. All of them. As a matter of fact, like I said, we had a coach meeting after practice yesterday. Mitch was going over some of the stuff that we were going to be working on next day. Every single coach has an assigned guy that they're looking at on this stuff. So every single player on special teams is being coached. It's not just a line. It's not a complete period.
All right, Coach, you want to get some of your guys up there?
Yeah, absolutely. I'll let Coach do it.
All right. Morning, Casey.
Morning.
You said you've been with the program for 5 years.
Yes,
About as long as it's existed, right? Can you talk us from day one to now?
Well, my first varsity game, I was 13 years old. And then moving forward from there, just continued to build, just got better and better and better. Especially with the game and the great staff we had coming in. And then we made strides. It was absolutely night and day. Where we started my freshman year, and I couldn't be more excited to start this year.
How big were you as a 13-year-old?
Wow.
Was that scary as a 13-year-old against the big kids?
Absolutely. First time I went out there, my heart beats it back. And I'm still like that. I get one first time in the last night.
What position you gonna be playing this year?
So,
How important being the center, making sure your other offensive linemen are aligned and all that good stuff.
I always think there's my bad. People get confused. I always want to make sure everybody knows what's going on. I mean, in my opinion, the best, probably the best position on the other line, and probably the most important. I mean, it's just, I don't know, couldn't get nothing done with that.
Oh yeah, you touched the ball. Who are some of your other offensive linemen that you want to talk about?
Right guard, Tristan Pereira, about 6 foot, 250. He's made very good strides from probably junior, he'll be junior this year. He's made very good strides from being a freshman to junior. He is on the right side to see how he plays. Our left tackle, smaller than you conventional tackle, he's probably about 5'10", but he gets it done. You couldn't tell the difference between him and someone 6'2". He gets it done. Every good play.
How much can you see the coach talk about the depth you had versus even last year? How evident was that?
It's very evident. We had all the depth that talked about. Said that when you can have 85, 90 kids, but you only have 22 that can play for one. So if you have quality depth, then I feel like you're already ahead of mostly a bunch of teams. And so, I mean, we have sophomore and freshman that I feel comfortable putting in for junior and senior. I feel like those are what the upcoming program is.
One question for you. All the changes that the coach had said that's going on there at Alberta, does that make you guys hungry to want more of this? If you guys can definitely recognize the record in football.
I mean, we're hungry all the time. We're ready to go 24/7. Saying we step in the locker room, we're saying we leave, and we're just trying to find ways to be better and just ready to play. I cannot wait to my guys. We're just ready to go all the time. No matter what.
All right, thanks, coach. Good job. Hi, Sean, how you doing? Can you tell us about the conversation you had with Coach McDaniel after you hurt your ankle? Well, how did you decide to come out for football after being a basketball player? Did Coach rule you out? Or
Being the all-time assist person in the state of Alabama history in basketball, how does that help you when you play football?
Talk about bringing swag and attitude to your team, because I definitely know that you're that guy for Alberta. I see you got the Dolce and Gabbana belt on. So talk about that and bringing in the swag to your team.
I've seen you on the basketball court on the iPad. What should we expect on the football court? Are we ready to go for the opener?
After that 7-on-7 game against Blunt, what was everybody saying? All the teammates after y'all beat them.
How good do you think y'all can be on defense? Coach seems to think that's his strength. Now, Coach says he's giving the defenses all over the coach now. Have you seen him step back, or is he still right thing? How important is defense guys to have on how
Coming from a sports family, how much push do you get from your family members?
All right, guys, thanks. Thank you. Good luck with you. Coach, you want to Ben, she wants, by the way. Yes. Okay. No more basketball tests.
Pissed. But I told him we just played in South the day before. These guys gassed. I mean, we were tired. That's the end.
Yep.
He went out and played with us. You don't even need him. No, he's gonna be fired. He might be. Hey.
How do you approach a guy like Ty?
I wish they had a great.
Leadership more often to your peers and see how he got his teammates ready, what he did, you know, but a lot of time behind the scenes. So, guys like him, they kind of don't want somebody. So we're working along. We know those guys eventually gonna leave. So hopefully we got, you know, some guys ready to go and, this time.
Who was some of those guys?
We got a guy named Preston. He's really done a good job. So we got about 4 guys that's been kind of working around in the mix and doing things. And, you know, hopefully by August 1st, when we really hit the field, we'll have somebody that's kind of entrenched himself as number one.
I mean, Ty was such a unique talent. Do you change the offense?
Well, yeah, we'll be, and, you know, according to which one of these guys emerge, it'll be a little bit different. We fortunately have some really good quality receivers, not only Kai, but we got some other really good guys. Ty's little brother, who also Ty, he's one of our slot guys. He's really, really good. He's got huge upside. He's a little bigger and not taking anything away from Big Brother, but he might be a little straight line speed fast. He's just not quite shooting. Yeah, he can really run, and so we got some good receivers. Jay Baldwin, our guard, for 2 years up there, this will be his 3rd year to start. He's really worked hard. And all season really developed. He's gotten stronger. And he already was a pretty big load, so we expected him to maybe step up and do a little bit more. He had over 1,000 yards last year, so it's not like he just, showed up, but he really worked hard. He understands he's going to have to take a little bit more burden without probably having a running quarterback. So, but we're excited about our offense. David Martin, one of our starting left tackle now. He's just a junior this year, but he's started as a freshman and a sophomore. He's pretty special. He's a big old kid, good worker. You know, he kind of leads our offensive line for us.
Last year, Baldwin County hosted his first playoff game since the 90s. How big was that for the community in Bangladesh?
I started head coaching in the 90s, so I can relate to the 90s. But it was huge for us. The guys, they were so excited at the time, we pretty much packed that stadium that night. But we did. So it was a huge night. It was the first, home win there too, went for a while. So that was just huge to get everybody out there behind us, which we didn't win that big game, but the previous week when we did win. So we had to win a game to get the home game.
exciting for us, and you know, we have really used that as kind of a motivation to get back in the playoffs, do some things, you know. I kind of got to say, why not us? You know, somebody's going to be playing in that thing in December. Somebody plays in there. You know, no reason you can't do ball game. I mean, we can do it. We got guys to do it. We got good coaches. We got a lot of good facilities. You know, it's just we got to rid ourselves of all the excuses and get out there and get the job done. We got the group that is very, very capable to do it.
I was on I-65 the night y'all beat Blunt, and the guys was rocking the bus. I'm telling you, talk about going out to Blunt and taking that 2-0 win over Blunt, and how that changed the season.
Well, it was huge for us. You're 100% correct. We they not only rocked the bus when we got back to the field house, I thought we was going to have to build a new one, but I was afraid we was going to tear it down. That was the excitement and emotion. I'm saying DJ's brother Mont, he goes in there and just makes a mock play that nobody else can make and gets us to safety when the game 2-0. My phone blew up all night, all next morning. That's about 2-0, you know.
Yeah.
You know all this sports history better than I do in my form, but I mean, you don't see a lot of 2-0 games, so it was very emotional. I really believe that game kind of failed our season. We got to still believing that we could beat anybody. But you know, you go to Blunt, man, that's pretty hard. And you know, we kind of had a pretty good game week 1, and that was week 2. You know, and we go in there and have that week and win, and you know, it just made I think our kids believe, and it also helped us, you know, believe that you know some nights you may be really good on offense, some nights you may be really good on defense, some nights you may have really good kicking game. But a lot of times they don't all work together. Like we draw it up all week and we prepare for it too. So some nights we had a couple of touchdowns all right that night, but you know the field was kind of nasty. It was a little muddy. Nobody could really get a lot of ground. I think I had 2 touchdowns all back, but at the same time, guess what? That's what it is. So somebody's got to step up and make a play. And happened that night. It was truly a great night. They did, I think, kind of help our guys believe that hey, we can't do this. We're good as anybody in the state. We can compete. From that night forward, I think we just got better and better. But we did play. I always say your best game should be your last game. You should get better. I don't care if you want to just get 10 games or get 11, 12, 13, 14, or 15 all the way to the state championship. Your best game should be your last one. Really, truly, last year our best game was on that. We just get with that.
Coach, talk about opening up Polish, Spanish for the theater your first 3 games.
Come up, that's good.
Yeah.
I tell you, it's tough. Foley is we literally I thought last year out of all the games, out of 12 games we played, Foley was the best offensive team that we played last year. I know they're already better this year. So they're going to be tough to defend right out of the gate, you know, with maybe DJ Jackson and his sidekick back there and safety, DJ Baker. We can slow down some of that air raid they got going, but they're going to be tough out of the gate, you know. It'll be a big non-region game for us, and I think we'll have a huge crowd. You know, it'll be exciting, but it is a tough start. And we played that game week 5 last year. Coach wanted to, he said, man, can we oversee? So we talked around a little bit. So we're going to open the year there. So that'll be exciting. And then Spanish forward, I won't have to say anything much about them. Those guys need to go deep in the playoffs every year for the last several years. And Theodore's been a powerhouse since 7. They're coming down there with us. So they're going to be loaded again. Very, very good, very talented, very well coached. So yeah, right out of the chute, we got a tough draw. But guess what? We thought we won that's long. We got a tough draw. We just take them as they come. We'll play them on coaching cliche 1 game at a time. That's pretty much all you do.
Are y'all doing anything that first week, the 18th and 19th?
Yeah, we're playing a jamboree against Davis. We're going to play them at our place this year, and then next year we're going over there. Just a little kind of we're playing main guys about half, and y'all laugh about it. We're going over there.
Yeah, we're like over where?
Where's over there?
That's why they're coming here this year, so maybe we can do it. That way, listen, been in this thing a long time. I like playing the games, and I like that jamboree. Especially we're gonna for sure have a new quarterback. A lot of you guys, it gives you a little time. I mean, we ain't got to come out and play Foley right out of the gate in a game. Counts on your record. So we're gonna play that jamboree and kind of get our guys kind of discussing to get dressed and lose, warming up, playing the game. Like I say, we won't play our main guys the whole game. We'll kind of split it up between the older guys and half part of the freshman, JV group, second half or something. But anyway, it gives us a little bit of, I guess, teaming up where you got to really get to the real stuff.
What about defensively? What do you think?
Man, we got a good group. We our front four. We lost one guy, as I told you earlier, Antonio Williams was the senior for us, and he's a Livingston. So, we got another guy that played a lot in there, and Antonio. We dropped him back some linebacker. So our front four could be as good as anybody. We got four really good, solid guys up there. That's got some size, some speed, and some quickness, and they could dominate the line of scrimmage. As everybody who knows, if you can control the line of scrimmage, you at least got a chance. So those guys have a chance to control the line of scrimmage, and we lost some good quality linebackers for their return. So I say safeties are as best as anybody's got. So we got some good guys returning. We're trying to fill in a few spots. We're working hard all season to get that done. During the summer. So we think we got a good group coming. And I will say this: our numbers have really grown, and I think that's just due to having some success. First year I was there, 2020, we had on the whole team, top to bottom, 9 people up, we had 57 guys. Last year we played the whole year with 70, we had 70, and now we got, I think, 94. So we've really grown number-wise. We've got a really good freshman sophomore. Really, really good quality kids that can play. And a good mix of some big ones and some fast ones. Some in between, but really good group to build, not just a 1-year program to have a good team, but a big program for a long time. Where people can see, hey, these guys know how to do it. They're doing it right. That's our goal. Is what we're working for. We going in the right direction. We just got to keep going.
Jay Bowler. How big is Jay Bowler now? And what role will he play this year on that D line?
On our inside techniques on the D line, Jay Bowler is 6'5", and I'm gonna say he puts some pretty good. He's about 270 at least.
Yeah.
He's a big old fellow.
He's still moving like 4'8". Yeah.
Back then, all season basketball, only had a little trouble, but he's getting a little more flexibility and just growing up a little bit. He just being a junior. He was sophomore last year. I can tell you the last 2 or 3 games we played. I know the 2 games in the playoff.
Yeah.
He was dominating up there. We played some good teams.
Yeah.
Alina was good.
Tuscaloosa
good.
dominated.
I mean, Jay Bowler, I know quarterback Hillcrest, he's probably as good as it was or is.
Yeah. Ethan Crawford.
We got after him, sacked him a couple times.
Yeah.
I mean, he's 6'5", 270 or whatever. He can move. Yeah, he could really be he's one of those sleeper guys that nobody. He didn't play that guy. He didn't play as a freshman.
Yeah.
So last year was really his first year. I think that's why toward the end he really kind of took off because he didn't have a lot of experience.
Mm-hmm.
He's playing back there, and get to all those guys right in the middle here. That's the way they go. But once that light come on, they go down.
Oh yeah.
Coach, what does it mean to get a kid like that where you can really mold them and teach them the game how to play that position that they're playing?
I mean, it's huge. Everybody says, man, he didn't play in big league or he didn't play. So it's okay. I'll take them as they are. And sometimes it's even better because a lot of times it's good to not have to break 50 15 bad habits to get them where you want them to be. You know, I take it right now. I teach them stamps, stocks, and everything. For the first day, we're gonna do it anyway. And those guys don't have to be corrected, you know, because they didn't know anything. So somebody like Jay come in there and take coaching, understand what we want, understand his role, and then really to see him grow and develop, and all of a sudden it's like, boom. Got this, coach. Everything you've been saying, all come together. Man, he just really, like I say, really was a big time player for us down the stretch and then, you know, playoff play.
What do you think of that first playoff win, first time in a while for Baldwin? How was the atmosphere last year?
First win since 03 in the playoffs. That 2003 was the last time Baldwin came in. And it was huge. In fact, that was our first playoff game since 07. These guys in 03 weren't even born. So, I mean, the seniors, you know, I mean, the oldest guys. So we, that's what we talked about. Was that y'all wouldn't even lie. So it was huge. We going to the lane, man. They got, I don't know if any of y'all been there for my point. They got a beautiful stadium. Oh, it's like old woods, you know, towns. Like, man, you think you're playing at, you know, Riverwalk Stadium baseball. I mean, it's just a beautiful place. So you go there and they got a nice turf field, you know, decent dressing rooms, everything, not having dress on the stadium and all that. So you get a good place to dress. You, our kids come out there really, I mean, we really believe that we're going to win the game. And, you know, we aim back and forth and good. And they're going to be good again. They got a really good running back, tournament, sophomore, a really good linebacker, sophomore. So, yeah, man, I'm just going to tell you, those guys will be good again. But we just kept believing and, you know, kept hanging in there. We got a little lead and we had to sort of hold them off at the end there. You know, but it was just real emotional. Our guys were, I tell you, it's nice to get on that patrol bus and ride that, you know, with that win and get the practice in the league. That's another thing, team that win and has success, you know, they get practice 2, 3, or 4 weeks more than anybody else. It's well, if you can ever get that ball up and get it going in the right direction, and then, you know, you get your team's always going to be good. You're going to get find another one. Work. Nobody else can do it. We can't do nothing. I can't do something. I mean, you know, we can't go out there and throw and do stuff. Okay, they still practicing on. So really, once you get your program built, get it find what you're looking for, what you want to do, and you can get those other extra little games in there, and you know, playoffs. Plus, also, the biggest thing helps like schools like us from a financial standpoint. You know, get to make a little cash. We ain't got to go out there and sell donuts and, you know, all that kind of stuff. Hey, you make that playoffs, you make some cash. I've been in a long time. So I told the principal when he had me, I said, man, what's this fundraiser? I said, win football.
Oh, that's a good story.
It's tough to sell donuts when you're not winning anyway.
No, nobody wants to stay up. But where's it at, you know?
Having an indoor facility, how does that help you jumpstart your program? Only been there a couple of years. You know, how does that help you? No days off.
I can tell you, yeah, no days off. My most young one lives somewhere close to me. About 3 o'clock every day. You look up, man, it's been a nice day, and they come out to go on storm. You like, and my now trainers up there, we just be getting out there. I ain't see a raindrop or nothing. They do. You know, this being my own way, we may have to go. You know how it is. Yeah. So we pretty much set up where we can go in there. Everybody knows where their spot is. If we're still in, you know, first phase practice, where we're still with our individual group. So everybody kind of knows where to go, or does know where to go, what to do, and then we can get in there and basically run. You know, you got 25 yards, so we can do some, you know, quick game throwing, and you can do pretty much all your running stuff. And we can line up where we can punt and kick across the field and all that, so you can keep the game. It's a wonderful thing to have. I mean, it's great. Like I said, y'all know that rain, you know, at the very worst time when you're trying to go to the ball.
All right, Coach, let's get your guys up there.
Thank
Who
y'all.
wants to go first?
DJ Jackson.
How you doing, DJ? Good, man. Tell us how much motivation y'all got from last year and the success you got had last
Oh, we got a lot of motivation. Just because it was our first time in the town. I feel like my job is on board.
Being one of the state interception leaders last year, being at Baldwin County, how big was that? You know, being from a small town like Bay Minette.
Talk about the blunt game, man. Coach, y'all won 2-0. I think you had 2 interceptions that game also, didn't you? Three interceptions that game. Oh man, talk about the Saraland hit also, man. People still talking about the Saraland hit, man. Tell us about that play you made. You just hit him. Yeah, two interceptions that game also. 2 big hits that game. Talk about your recruiting a little bit. Yeah. Good luck with that.
TJ, how do you continue? Y'all set a high bar last year for success. How do y'all continue that this year? What are the keys to that? DJ, do you feel like you out there on the island when you out there playing that safety? Like Mr. Reed is from the NFL?
What does Coach Riles mean to you?
You got who you most excited to play this year? You got a couple of SEC commits out there in 6A at wide receiver position. Which one you looking forward to seeing the most?
All right, thanks, DJ. Yeah.
Everybody can get.
Morning, how you doing, Kyle? Good. How's the offense going to be this year? You think you got to have a quarterback to get you the ball?
How tall are you, Ty? 6'3". Troy had another big receiver up there named Reggie Todd. How do you like to carry on that tradition going up to Troy? What you thinking about? What's your mindset on that?
How does it feel going up against that gentleman every day in practice and vice versa? Because I'm just like he on his own island out there, and I'm sure you're gonna try to bring it to him. Knowing that he's going after another receiver, but to go up against him, how does that prepare you for the game? Every day. What do you like about Troy?
Hillcrest Tuscaloosa game. If you could play it over again.
Talk about playing with the two ties, the one that's gone and the one that you got now.
Another kid, Todrick Bradley. I know he plays with y'all. How's he been a help to you guys leadership wise?
He actually transferred last week, so I gave it on that.
Wow.
Ask that.
Oh man. We didn't know that one.
All right, guys. Coach, thank you guys for coming.
Sorry to miss your question.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
Hey, I might get it back. Tell me how big.
That's a better question you thought. Yeah. Got some answers.
Thank you, guys. Thank you, Coach.
Thank y'all all for that. Hey, that's one reason I didn't mention that.
Yeah.
I don't have a suit and sunglasses, so I'm not gonna leave my glasses.
Yeah, couple will be coming to see.
Man, I appreciate that.
Thank you, Coach. I appreciate you, man.
Thank y'all,
Wow.
everybody.
Breaking news. Todrick Bradley transferred to Daphne. Wow.
Yeah,
Did not know that.
Coach.
That's the shock of media days. We gotta get you on the show. Get his number so we get you on the show. But Coach Phillip Rivers.
Where you got to be at 11:10?
Wake up, Coach. All right.
Another Hall of Fame induction or something? They sit down. Yeah, you take.
Yeah, we gonna get those kids on the show.
Introduce your guy.
Man, this kid DJ Jackson said anybody in 6A can get it, and I believe him. 19 interceptions over 2 years. This kid is gonna be ready. He is the real deal. If anybody need a DB, you need to go be looking at DJ Jackson.
Yeah, we've had a good summer, good off season. There's a lot that we were excited about last year, a lot to be happy about. At the same time, we ended the year kind of on a solid note, not getting in the postseason. So this senior class and all of our guys are hungry to get going this year. We didn't do traditional spring this year, so these guys, especially 33s, each put on shoulder pads and keep reminding he's tired of playing in shorts, t-shirt, and so that's right around the corner. But we had a good summer. We got a heck of a schedule. Obviously, heck of Region 1, and then our Region games are tough. Looking forward to it.
Was year one as a high school football coach all you thought it would be, or more?
Yeah, no, it was. It was awesome. I mean, I enjoyed the heck out of it. I really did. I enjoyed our team, our coaches, being around the school. It's obviously been a long time. That venue and in that environment. It was exciting to come in every day. New challenges every day, learning a lot along the way. And I hope our staff made our boys better, and they certainly made us better. So I feel like I'm growing as a coach in that first year. But it was awesome. It's special again. I always wanted to do this, and then so many games. Obviously my brother Steven is coaching a lot out. He's out there and just about every game. Our two sons are around, and one's close to being up there with us. So it's certainly been a blessing to be here. And
what did you learn last year that maybe you didn't know?
Well, I mean, shoot, I learned a few things, but with the rules, some rule changes. Some of the rules are different. Throwing the ball away and all some of those things that I had to relearn that have been different for so long. I think again, just the responsibilities that you don't think about. I wasn't concerned with between the lines and X's and O's and those things. It was more so, from an organizational standpoint, things you're doing. Obviously, you're not dealing with 22 to 38-year-old men. You got young guys, some that can drive, some that can't. Obviously, parents are involved. You have to make those announcements and traveling and all kind of things like that I knew existed and knew they were part of it, but I had to, I wasn't responsible for the guys. I just got the itinerary and showed up. I was now responsible for the itinerary. So all those things you learn and you want to get better. You want to make it, and I think our guys do. You want to make it something that they're proud to be a part of the program. And I think that doing that certainly kind of set the foundation, but the other ways to go to get it right, so that these guys will come back in 5 or 6 years and go, man, I remember we did that. Well, it's a little bit better now. This is a little better. It's something that they go, shoot, that's where I play. I want to come back and so.
Yeah, talk about kind of establishing that program and kind of putting your own stamp on the program. How do you feel going into U2 doing that?
Yeah, I think we kind of set the foundation. I also think that obviously there was some years before I got here that foundation was starting. But I like to tell our guys it's their football team, and so I do like to be involved in just about everything. And I should as a coach, especially in high school, but I also like for them to have ownership. And I hope they feel that, ownership that they have. And, hey, we like to do this, like to do that. And so that they kind of set those things. They kind of set some of the traditional things that we'll have moving forward, certainly with our hand in. It was a good start last year, but certainly something we can build on. I know we didn't leave, certainly that might be satisfied. And not playing the postseason was rough. Football being over for Halloween is a little rough. I know this group, but our team has got our sights set on playing past.
So how much you got coming back and on both sides, and how good?
Yeah, we lost a good group of seniors, but we got a good class coming up. It's a smaller class. We have 12 seniors this year. Last year I think we had 17, 18 range. So it's a smaller class of seniors, but they all contribute in a large way. And, then we'll have some young guys. We'll lean on, there could be a freshman or two that are involved out there with us. And certainly some 10th graders that really had to make a jump, from 9th grade to 10th grade. And now they've gone from playing a few JV games and watching to, having a starter's role. So, which is exciting. And I think that was one of the other things I learned was how much these guys changed from, 9th grade to 10th grade. I mean, you look at them sometimes last year, I was like, I don't know. And then now I go, shoot, heck yeah, he's gonna be fine. So we got a good group. I think our strength is our strength defensively is that front seven. Our front seven, we have 3 or 4 linebackers and seniors, and we lost a couple of those guys in return in the defensive front, and then offensively, we get Murphy and Fayuku both back. They both played quarterback and had a lot to do. Handled the ball a lot. We lost some senior wide receivers. Brenden Bird, Ezra Sexton. Ezra had 2 games where I think he carried 30 times last year. I think he carried 31 times against Jackson, almost 30 times against Liger. So these guys have played a lot of football, and now they've 1 more year in kind of the system and understand how we do it. Those senior skill players. If I had to miss a day, I believe they can handle knowing what to run and how to get lined up and run the practice. And so that's huge because we ask a lot of them offensively to adjust on the fly and be flexible and change plays at the last minute. Hey, get in this formation. Hey, Ezra, actually go to X. Hey, Brenden, you go to this. We move them around a lot. And it's a credit to them that they can handle it. I'm used to kind of being in that mode, but certainly I don't take that for granted. These guys can do it. So that's helped us on the offensive side. So we'll be pretty balanced group. And we offensively, if I take the ball away, and offensively, these guys teach me about saying let's be the best, ball security team in the nation. But I say, hey, if we take care of football, we're gonna win. And you look last year, the game we didn't take care of, we got beat. And the game we did, we won. So I think it's much the same. Some of the same ways you win, or the ways you win, do not change from high school to college to the pros. The same. And our guys believe that, and we've seen that, experienced it, the good and the bad. And I think we believe it and know it. It's not just cliche coach talk. It helps because they know that's the way. Yeah, it'd be different. I'm looking forward to it. In some ways, it's nice to travel. It's a little closer to home. In other ways, you don't know as much about it. Bayside, which really, you imagine we should be playing it every year anyway. It's so close, right there down the road. And Coach Rice does an active job with those guys. A lot of our players know each other. So that would kind of be a rivalry in itself. Orange Beach, I was making a jump up and I heard where they were in 2A. The Calvin players, the coaches they have down there, and I might go through every team, but obviously keep Jackson, T.R. Miller, who has an unbelievable tradition over the years. So it's a heck of a region. I mean, I was honestly biased to North Alabama my whole life growing up. And then you get down there and you go, oh, folks, Region 1, 7A, 6A, 5A, 4A, all the way down. It's a bunch of good football being played. And so it's a heck of a region. It's really what we are focused on. We focus on us, we focus on the process, and then we talk about Region 1. We leave it right there. And that was a big sign on the wall at Charger Park when I was a rookie that said championship starting with this. It's the same in high school. Championship starting Region 1 for us. And we did a job to get in last year. So we talk a lot about just getting better and winning Region 1. And keeping it simple, our guys. And at the same time, we like to have a lot of fun and enjoy that kind of practice and work out. So they get long. But summers are different now than they used to be. They used to be live, run, and go home. Now you can practice football all summer long. So we try to keep a nice balance of that so that on July 25th, when we roll in there, we're excited to go to practice. Not like, oh, we're doing this, 8 weeks, 6 weeks. So I think we've kept a decent balance.
You get a golden opportunity to go back to Athens and play in a jamboree game. How important is that for your guys to see where you played it?
Yeah, I really, I don't think there's any way where it's not going to be a little bit. I know that's going to be some of the story. There's no way around that. I don't want it to be all about that, but because I know too, had I never played there, our guys would be excited to go to Athens, go to Decatur, go to Huntsville, because we hear about it. Just like when I was up there, I heard about all these schools. So it's that in itself is exciting. Throw in the fact that that I did play there, 20-something years ago. My brother played there, and that'll add to some of the, my dad coached there. I mean, that part will be special, certainly personally, but I don't have to be about that. Really, what it came was talking to Coach Gross. He said, we're not doing spring either. And I said, shoot, we always try to have a camp type of trip. And starting last year, I said, we always done it one year. We like to do that during kind of the training camp. So I thought, shoot, maybe just go on the road and make that our camp trip, team bonding. We do a lot of different things with that. So let's do that and then come up and play Athens. Also, because I know it's going to be packed, which is going to be good because we play North Shores with Big Zero. So I wanted to have a game that gets us a little bit like, hey, this is kind of an environment that we're about to be in week 0. And so let's go on the road and then add to it. Yeah, shoot, I played there, and I think our guys will enjoy it.
So you sound like you got a family affair going on over there that St. Mike got on your staff. How does that close-knit family on your staff filter to your team?
Yeah, that's a good question because I think it's very important. I know as a player that I always felt the camaraderie, the bond, the cohesiveness of the staff. It just filters that. And our staff's small. We obviously, we have 6 varsity coaches. Now we have our middle school staff certainly helps out on Friday night. They play a big role in the press box and substitutions and things like that. But keeping it small for now is good for us. At some point, we'll need to expand as the roster grows. but it's really good. I think our players feel that. You know, we have 3 on offense, 3 on defense, and we handle help each other with special teams. And hey, let's set the clock and let's do this. And who's going to get the water? Let's go back and field. But we all like that. But we do have a great rapport, and I do think our players feel that. And kind of, you know, we had 7-on-7 thing yesterday with UMS. Every coach was there. You know, D-line, O-line, I say every coach, just 6 times. We were all there. And because they all see the guys play, they're all very heavily involved in interacting with that position. It's not just the guys got a D-line and that's it. You know, he's involved.
Because I know you got somewhere you need to be. You want to get your guys up there?
Yeah.
Good morning, Clay. Also, talk a little bit. You play defense. Talk a little bit about the defense.
Pretty good. I got my kids coming last year. I think they know what we expect of them, and so far,
I couldn't ask Coach the question because I know you got somewhere to go. But how big was that Jackson win last season?
they came out, they got on there, they kind of talked to us. I'm just kind of upset.
How the boys feel coming out of the summer? They feel going into the year.
Pretty good. That's us. So everyone's got strong and fast. It's all kind of practice. Energy is going up more.
How much did last year, even though you didn't get the playoffs, winning 6 games, and all of a sudden you're on the map? How much will that help y'all going in this year?
Last year, I think, you know, basically,
What's the most exciting game or the game you're looking forward to playing the most this year? Regular season. Mcneil. Week 6.
I'd like to play against this game.
It's not too bad. It's pretty aggressive, but sure, I'll get that.
How much of Coach Rivers' toughness rubbed off on you?
Thanks, Clay. How you doing, Evan? Good, man. What's your goals this year?
Well, we have 3 goals. A lot of practice. First off, management. Second goal, keep hopefully 0. And third goal, last year, played the same. But that Jackson win, and it was a surprise. So us, being really having a good chance of being good. And we know it for sure.
Did Coach say you carried the ball 30 times against Baldwin last year? Talk about that experience.
We lost. Where kind of had a fight in it. Certainly shows what you understand the stuff. Same with a lot of
I've done soccer all my life, and quit last year track. I got to put my skills in track as well. I think that'll help coming this year. Get guys speed, get more speed. Lots of people play baseball.
Knowing Coach, when he came in last year, he's probably saying we can beat anybody type thing to do it. Did y'all buy into that right away, or?
As a team, not really just considering thing like kind of always have a little bit of, I guess we go out there and just try to be different all the time. Coach kind of eradicated that mindset. The games and really didn't see it as hard to beat Jackson. When we beat Jackson, that's when that mindset truly beat we with everybody playing. I think this year we keep everybody.
How does it feel to have someone such as Coach River as your coach, knowing he's played football for quite some time, and you got not to get starstruck at that moment when you came in, you got several other heads. What does it mean to you to learn from someone with his talent?
Well, I think we understand that he has a lot of but also he's done a great job. Not making us want to construct. He's just a very good guy. He's a great coach. So, in having that like personal relationship, run on great team.
All right, thank you, Coach. Good. 1 minute late, sorry.
Appreciate it. Good, everybody good?
We're grabbing a group photo actually.
Yeah.
Yeah, perfect. That's good.
You good? All right, good.
Thank you, Coach. Appreciate you guys.
Thanks, y'all.
Thanks, y'all.
Thank you. Love you.
Thank you, guys. I got some house at 2 o'clock.
That's it is. 30 carries against 5, and it was fun.
Well, Baldwin County, I think we at the midway mark here. Here in Baldwin County.
What's up, man? How are you? Good to see you.
Hey, what's up, man?
It's supposed to be, yeah. Last 12.
Somebody out there, I think. I don't know who it is.
I got Orange Beach, Bayside,
Look, Quinn talk a little bit.
In Baldwin County is so much fun over here, man. The atmosphere is great. Football season getting ready to kick off. These guys are ready, seeing the kids come in. Oh boy, this is my first media day. I'm a little overwhelmed, man. Oh man. Football in this area is great. Phillip Rivers just said that he'd had no clue it was like this down here. Phillip Rivers said he was biased till he got here. Region 1, man. Region 1 is where it's at. 5A, 6A, 7A, 4A, it don't matter. Region 1 is going down. Kid said he carried the ball 30 times against Viga last year. And now he going back into 4A. Excited to see Alberta, the largest enrollment in 5A. They missed 6A by one kid. It's not your mama's Alberta team. Not your mama's Alberta team. Man. Baldwin County football. Break time. We're going to be taking a break and we're going to be coming back in, y'all.
Oh, your boy Chris Hughes.
Coming tomorrow?
Yeah, we'll be done.
Unfortunately, I can't stay the whole time.
I got to be on the radio.
Oh yeah. God, dog. Coach Jamie Dubose and the crew back here. It's about to get interesting. It's a great day here at Media Day here in Baldwin County, y'all. I'm trying to get some juice to my other phone so we can get back on. Man, it's another great day, I tell you that. Mobile Media Days is the spot. I mean, Baldwin County. I keep saying Mobile Media Day is tomorrow. Who was that kid that transferred? Todrick Bradley, one of those safeties at Baldwin County, transferred to Daphne. That was a Houdini. I'm telling you, I'm asking the kids. They said they were gonna tell me afterwards, but I wish they'd have told me before because I asked the question. But yeah, kid is at Daphne. That's one of the biggest turns here at the Media Day is Todrick Bradley going to Daphne to make that secondary a whole lot better here at Daphne High School. And I'm telling you, it's going to be a sight to see Daphne this season in that Saraland game. Y'all get your tickets early for the Daphne Saraland game. It might be bigger than Blendenviger. And I know Blendenviger has the tailgate, but that Daphne Saraland game just got bigger. There you go. Doing all right?
Yes, sir.
All right. Next up, Orange Beach, y'all.
Have the players sit down there.
We about to go back live. Coach Jamie Dubose and the crew here. The Makos are here.
Yeah. You don't have to sit down, Coach. You stand up there to begin with. Welcome.
Yeah.
Tell us, first of all, introduce your guys.
All right. Here I'm Jamie Dubose, coach at Orange Beach High School, and I've got Chris Pearson here with me, senior. I listed him as an athlete, plays wide receiver, kick returner, DB, outside linebacker, does several different things for our program. And then Trace Clayton, which plays outside linebacker and plays some wide out for us also.
Well, tell us how it's been since you've been on the Gulf Coast.
Food's really good. I'll tell you that. But it's been nice. It's a great environment, and a lot of friendly people. It's been good to be back in the state of Alabama. I spent 2 years in Georgia after leaving Central, and Georgia just wasn't home, and I wanted to get back into the state. Orange Beach, I thought was a great place to go because of the beginning of the school system, going city school system this summer, and a lot of newness to everything. We're building facilities and, starting a culture and, starting everything up. Coach Smith did an outstanding job in the first 2 years getting the program going. And I know went through some rough times because I'm there right now. Because, somebody asked me where my office was the other day, and I told them about my house. We don't have an office right now. So we're building everything, and, the kids are doing great. That's all they've really known since they've been there. But, we've got plans to build an indoor facility. We've got plans going on for our stadium upgrades. We'll be playing this year at the stadium where the SEC women's soccer was held. That'll be our home stadium this year. And next year, we've got a lot of things building-wise as far as upgrades on that and everything else. So, it's great being a part of like a program that I can put my thumbprint on. This program's going from the ground up. I've been fortunate to be in some really good programs with a lot of tradition, and now I'm at a program where I'm more or less involved in the tradition. And that's the excitement and what drew me to the Orange Beach job and the excitement of where we're headed.
Coach, y'all were at the South Alabama 7-on-7, and you played Baldwin County, and I think y'all beat them that game, and everybody had Orange Beach just beat Baldwin County. Is this something that's gonna be the new norm down there on the beach?
Absolutely. We've won wherever I've been, and I expect to win. As simple as that. That's all I can tell you. Our kids expect to win. They had a good season last year. I wasn't there. I think 9-3. Going back, lost in the first round. I think that was a disappointment. They felt like they were good enough to win in that ball game. Our guys will win. This year's the first senior class really to be at Orange Beach. That's a full senior class. And, we've got some talented kids. I've been really impressed by them. We're going to have 5 offensive linemen that will start that are seniors that have been in the program the whole way. That's what a lot of people don't understand. We've got 17 seniors right now. So for a 4A team, I think we've got pretty good. Our numbers, when I got there, and again, no knock on the past, I just think things kind of where they were at the time. We had about 28-29 this morning. We departed 70. We have 70 on our varsity football team. And we've got a lot of kids out. We've got a lot of kids that haven't played. And, they're back playing again. They play maybe in the youth ball leagues. So we've got some promising things to look at. But yes, 7-on-7. We lost to Mcneil the very first game, 16-15, and we felt like we should have won that game. And we will. That's one of the things the guys said, coming over here. We're leaving going to Hoover tomorrow to compete in that 7-on-7. We're going to compete against 7A, 6A talent every time we go. We're not going to back down. It's kind of like our new superintendent who was with me at Phoenix City told me in a meeting the other day. He said, Coach, we're going to run this like a 7A program right now. Okay. We don't consider ourselves anything else but top notch. We're going to run the best program. We have the best facilities, and we're going to have the first class deal all the way across the board. So back here, original question, winning is what we're supposed to do. Winning is what we're going to expect to do every day.
Coach, tell us about some of the players to look forward to checking out on the defensive side of the ball.
First of all, on the defensive side of the ball, these two guys right here that I brought, they're both playing right now, kind of an outside backer position. Reggie Todd, we hired as our defensive coordinator, who came out of Foley. Jay's been the head coach of Tuscaloosa County, and Jay was with Bart Sessions also, which was my defensive coordinator at Prideful back in the day. So what it all does, it goes back to the defense that I know, which goes back to what Clark used to run when I was at Prideful with him, and it's just a lot of familiarity of where we are defensively. And these two guys are outside linebackers, but traditionally they're safeties. Our style of defense is going to be, almost a 4 safety type deal on the field. We're going to do different things with them, and with a lot of man coverage and things. So we got to have athletes that can run in those areas. So and we'll be bringing pressure from different spots at different times. So I expect these two guys both to do a great job for us there. The Cash Turner, which is our quarterback. We're playing him some at corner. He's a very athletic kid. He's got some offers already. I know he's got Louisiana Monroe and several other schools. Not just looking at him as a corner, as a quarterback, but maybe as a corner. John Wallace Holiday, who's with us, will be playing some safety also. He plays quarterback, plays some wide receiver. Very athletic kid, does a lot of things for us. So we've got several guys that are defensively, I think, are going to stand up. We're not going to be built on one player, whether it be offensively or defensively, built on a unit. And that's where we're at. So there's going to be several names along the way that we call out and you look at over the next few weeks. I think defensive line-wise is going to be the key thing for us. It's a position that for us, we are trying to develop depth right now. We don't have the type of body that I'm looking for right now, but we're making do with the guys we got. We're going to have to put a lot of movement up front to get some things done. We're kind of a smaller front than I like, but right now it's where we are. In our 9th grade, in our 8th grade, I think we've got some bigger kids coming. It's going to be a little bit more to where we want to be down the road. But right now we're going to move a lot defensively. So you'll see different packages and different things according to what they're doing offensively for us to be successful.
Right now we got week 0 for Orange Beach at September 2nd against Jackson. Do y'all plan on adding the game in there, or are we going to keep that schedule?
We're going to be open. Our first game, of course, is I don't know if you have that on there, but it'll be against Pensacola on the 19th. We start with Pensacola High at Pensacola. We had a school drop us after I took the job, and we had to go find another opponent, so we went to Pensacola, was able to find Pensacola High was open, so we're gonna go start with them. Then we'll be open. Then we got a very tough game against Jackson. Yes.
How do you feel about the rest of your region, and how do you feel going up against those teams there?
Well, I think there's some well-coached teams in our region. I think right now, I come out of Georgia, which Georgia football was great. I was at Bradford, Phoenix City. I always had tough competition, but I look at what our schedule is right now, from St. Michael's to Bayside to Jackson to Escambia County to whoever.
T.R. Miller.
We got some really good coaches that we got to face again, in our schedule. So we're going to have to be prepared week by week. And, you have to pardon me the way I do things when you talk about schedule. I know who we start with, and after that, we take it week by week. I never look ahead. I don't know who our week 8 schedule is. I don't know who our week 7 is. I don't even make the schedule. I let somebody else do it, and I tell them, hey, find us 10 games and let's go play. And I kind of inherited that one that we got. The only game I was kind of involved with Pensacola. I had to get out and try to find that one. But I will tell you this, the way we're approaching our program right now is we're one day at a time. And our schedule, that's the way I hit it. We'll hit it 1 week at a time. Because, as you can tell, football season is a marathon, man. It's not a sprint. So, we don't want to get out of there and start looking ahead at what we're doing. We're a team that I expect to get better week by week. I expect us to be better August the 19th than we are August 1. So, I talk to our kids every day about 1 day at a time. I had practice yesterday and say, hey, all I want you to do is go home and let's be that much better, 1% better the next day. So I'll be honest with you, I'm not giving you a coach line or anything else. I'm not looking down the road. I know we've got some good teams, and I know we got some well-coached teams. So we're going to take it week by week, and we're going to try to progress, and we're going to try to get better. We're going to try to make corrections week to week and be a better football team.
Lamar Nelson, I know that probably rang a bell. Middle linebacker, running back. That's having a kid like that to add to what Chris Pearson brings to your program. How important is the kid?
Lamar was a big pickup for us over the summer. Lamar moved in, and Lamar's playing inside linebacker, also playing running back. He gives us depth there. He's a very good running back. He's a very thick kid. Runs well. I'm excited to have Lamar, along with several others. But I'm anxious to see what Lamar can do, as I am many of the other guys. We didn't get that spring training. I got there, and many of y'all probably know we were in the transition of going from one system to another. So we stopped hiring coaches, and I didn't have a way to pull a staff in. So, we just we met during the spring of the year. We lifted weights. We didn't have a spring training. So, I've been unable, and probably 85% of my staff or more have been unable to really see these guys with pads on. So a kid like Lamar coming in is no different from anybody else. We're all new to it, but Lamar works extremely hard in the weight room. He's a very good player, and we're fortunate enough to get him over the summer, and he moved to our program, and we're excited for him to be here.
How many of you guys?
As many as they want to, because I'm all for it. They'll tell you that. How many do? I'm not sure, because as I said, when I got there, we had 28, and now I'm up to 70. So I'm going to push these kids to play it. I'm all for them playing baseball. I'm all for them playing basketball, or whatever they want to do. I know Chris is going to graduate early, so I know he's just going to play football this year. And then, of course, Trace, I'm not sure if he plays another sport or not. I know he was in the weight room when I got there. Trace is big in the weight room, does a lot in there, inside the weights, working. So, we have several kids that play multi sports. I like those type of kids. I'd like to see a few of the basketball guys get out. I watched our basketball team the other day. They got some 6-foot+ guys in there. I'd love to get them out, but they're not playing currently. But I'd love to get them out on the field and see what they could do. So I wish I could give you more. I think at the 4A level, more than when I was at the 7A level, we're going to have those guys play more sports to be able to succeed and to be able to be successful across the board. That's my opinion. So we were lucky enough to get our principal, Michael Lee, in. He came from Clay Chalk. So again, Michael's coming out of a program where they know how to win state championships, and they've been successful there. So me and him have sat down and talked about me, Mr. Lee, you about how we want to do workouts. Something we're going to do too in our program, talking about multi-sports and everything else. We've got a strength and conditioning coach there. We're going to start working our middle school kids out. They have not been able to do that over the first 2 years of that program. Now we've got them into a workout group so we can start them at a younger age and we can start them working out and getting in the weight room and understanding. And hopefully that's going to help all our sports out. So, hopefully we walk in the basketball gym, we'll look like the Bayside kids and all those other kids will bulk up and build up a little bit. That's what I told our principal the other day. So, we're excited to see, this morning when I left, like I said, we've got in our 7th and 8th grade, we've got numbers above 50 right now showing up. I'm impressed with that. And that's really big. We've started youth football in Orange Beach. It's never been there, tackle football. We now have a 10U team and a 12U team. That's something that's new. That's the excitement going on. And, that's the great thing about it. Football in Orange Beach has never really been talked about. I'm just going to be honest with you. And I think now there's a buzz and I think there's a lot of excitement. But what I'm finding out is there's some good players down there. There really are. And we're excited to get our hands on them and see what we can do with them in the future.
Coach, how big was it for Chris and Cash to come back?
Well, Chris and Cash coming back in our program was great. We were able to pick a quarterback up and a great athlete. So, they never even moved from Orange Beach. They were there. And, there's a lot of misunderstanding sometimes when things happen in that. And I'll clarify that. Number one, when the situation happened and Coach Smith left, we were at the time not knowing in a school system what we were even going to be doing. I mean, there was talk out there, people spreading rumors about not going to have football, don't have enough to have football. We don't have a principal, we're not going to have a principal. Man, that school system even make it. And right now, I can tell you the school system is headed in the right direction. It's in great shape. And we've got a football coach in me. We've got all our sports field. We've got money to pay everybody, from what I understand. I hope so anyway, because I'm part of that. And, we're building buildings. And we've got new superintendent, new principal. So, it was a cloud. It was a big cloud when Coach Smith left and things were going on. And I don't blame kids or parents making decisions to better themselves. And when there's rumors out there, things are floating around, you get kind of worried. But, when I got back, I assured Chris, his grandmother, and everyone else, Cash and his daddy, hey, we're here to build this program. This thing is headed in the right direction. So, really, they never left. They just came back home after a little stay somewhere. So I'm proud to have them in the program. Chris, I'll say this, and Trace the same way. Chris works as hard as anybody. He's a superior athlete, a really good athlete with Division I offers, and you would think at 4A on his feet, he could probably go out there and cruise. This guy's repping on offense. He's repping on defense. He does everything I ask him to do. He's got a yes or no sort of attitude, and he's selling out every day. That's what's impressed me about it. Because I've been in some programs where I had some 5 stars, 4 stars. I told the college coach the other day on the phone, if you're not looking at Chris Pearson, I told the college coach at a Power 5 program that signed 4 of my guys. One of them was a 5-star. And I told the head coach on the phone, Chris Pearson's as good as any of them, even the 5-star. We get these stars sometimes just by going to the right combine and the right offer hits us, or something like that. Well, Chris is a guy that I think is just being overlooked right now by a lot of Power 5 programs. And I don't say that. I've been with him. I've been to 7-on-7. Man, if you would have saw the catch he made against Stone, I think that was who we were playing, South Alabama.
Yeah.
And he's on the line. We get the ball in 23 seconds in the tournament. And somehow or another, our team goes down and scores. That's good stuff, man. We didn't give up. We throw the ball in the end zone. Chris, he out jumps 2 guys, goes up, makes a play, comes down. These are things that you can't coach. It's just coming out of you. And, I think a lot of programs are missing out on it. I hate to say people sleeping and stuff like that. That ain't the word for me. I just think they're missing out on it, and I'm excited to see. I told him the other day, my goal is try to get him at that 4A back of the year. That's what I want to do, and that's what he wants to do. And he's got goals, and he's been working hard in the weight room and everything else. So I'm excited to see where he's headed.
All right, you want to get the guys up there?
Absolutely. Chris, you want to come up first? Chris Pearson.
How you doing, Chris? Talk about your recruiting right now. Who's on to you? Are you close on anything there?
Coach,
Any particular teams you like right now? Or what are they talking about? You play them. You play a bunch of different positions there. What are you running back?
talk about the South Alabama catch where you scored with one shoe on. Talk about that play. Yeah.
That was against a pretty stout Baldwin County
County,
team.
yeah.
That you made that play against. Coach just said 4A back of the year. I was up in Jackson when I said I'm gonna pick you for 4A back of the year, and I had to leave Jackson. So I got big hopes for you. I don't have any questions for you. I'm just one of your biggest fans.
Chris, what does that mean for coach to have that much confidence?
Chris, Coach talked about the turnaround that you were using handling. That's something you can't coach. That's just pure talent. You play a lot of positions, but if you had to choose a position that you want to play, which one do you think you play best and why do you think that? Why so? You had a point in your high school career where you know how to read defenses yourself, because I know at the next level they'll definitely be expecting of you. Talk a little bit about what you learned from the coaches to help translate to the college.
Chris, feels like you're overlooked by some of these other schools. Do you feel like that? And if so, is that motivation for you?
Having a coach like Coach Dubose, who have coached the 5 stars, and for him to just say that, how does that make you feel going into the season?
What's it been like since he came on board? What's the attitude been like as a team?
What game you looking forward to playing against and why? Why? Why that game?
All right, Chris, thanks, man. Good luck today. Chris?
This is Trace Clayton. So you know Trace Clayton.
Thanks, Coach. How's it going, Trace? Good, man. Tell us what Coach has brought since he's been there.
Well, since you've been there, we've done like 35 things. And just call them get ready for the season.
How's the boys feeling in the locker room coming off the summer? How do you feel prepared going into the summer?
Well, at the beginning, it's been good.
What do you think it's going to be like jumping? I mean, you guys are going from 2A to 4A. That's an unusual jump two classes.
Yeah, it's going to be good competition, but every division has that.
Which one of the new coaches besides Coach Dubose that has changed the way you think about football?
What do you see when you you watch your teammate here, Chris, play?
He's good. He's good at it. He's nice team. Building the program on the it's a process. What's the relationship? Talk about that with you guys as other class team and they're leading that part. Yeah, we're trying to lead us be like a role model. They see us doing how bad they're gonna do it bad. We're gonna try.
Coming back after the Highland home game, seeing all those 5-star recruits that they have, what kind of motivation did that give you? You know, seeing another small school with a lot of talented players.
They got some.
Have you been there since the program started?
Yes, sir.
How have you from day one until now? Is it night and day or what?
That's a huge change. Yeah, this is it. This is a big thing.
Is it a buzz in the community about the upcoming season down in Orange Beach?
They're excited. They're ready to see us play. See what we're doing.
All right, guys, coach. Thank you. Good luck this season. Look forward to watching y'all.
Get a group picture.
Yeah, can we get a group picture of y'all real quick? Just come right here. Yeah, for y'all, please.
Thank y'all for having me.
Thank you, coach. I'll find do anything for you.
Down that way, get some good food.
Oh yeah, we'll see it also. Yeah. I'll see you. Coach Jamie Dubose and the crew over there at Orange Beach. Oh man, I'm telling you, it's gonna be. Whew, I can't wait to get on the show tonight. Ooh, I cannot wait. Here you go, Q. I'm gonna let Q talk. Chris Pearson, big CP. We got another CP in the city. Chris Pearson. Chris Pearson. I can't wait to that Jackson game, y'all. I can't wait to that Jackson game. I can't wait. Jamie Dubose. Jamie Dubose. J Dub and Chris Pearson. Coach say he's gonna be 4A back of the year. I say he's gonna be 4A back of the year. We'll see what happens. Bayside more people. Gatorade. Let me line. Yeah, we about to get Coach Lazenby and the Bayside ammo.
Morning, coach.
Good morning. How are you?
Doing good. How are you?
Serendipitous.
I don't even know what that means, but I'm good with introduce your guys for us.
Cooper White, Jacob Stewart, linebacker, fullback.
Just kind of tell us where you are as a program, what you feel like going into the season.
All right, this year we're a little bit younger. We had the starters last year. Kids that played. We got 21 of our kids out of our 43 that have ever played a down in varsity football. So it's going to be young. We'll probably have 4 or 5 freshmen stuff. So it's just going to be one of those years where it's going to be fun. And it's going to be good kids and they work hard. But a lot of places are going to be young.
Is that, as a football coach who's been around the block, does that excite you?
It's not the fact that they're not going to be good football, but it's take it.
play a ninth grader against seniors. Experience difference, strength difference, so when we get really good in middle school, big games like Sarah Lynn, Gil Tooley, they need some good teams, but they're all it's not really coached like the way it is.
Who are some of the new teams that you look forward to playing against?
We got moved to 4 exactly 1.5 students, and we're not 4A students. I mean, as far as numbers, we're barely 3A. That's being said, it's going to be exciting to play. You haven't played before. Don't know what to expect. What you see on video might be last year's stuff. It's just like on a beach where beach is like anything that I've looked at before. So trying to wait for this year. You know, you play a team like Jackson. They're running. Jackson, very good. St. Michael. And Orange Beach. You know, it's just basically the PR Miller. They're always ready. So, and I know I'll miss them, but there's some really good football teams. And whoever wins it, whoever makes the playoffs, stuff.
Losing Zach Kittrell, how? I know that's a hard pill to swallow there.
Yeah, he was free, man. He could do it all. Hunted, kicked, started quarterback, didn't play much of defense at all. My gosh, he was so dynamic. He was running it that he really got us out of a lot of difficult situations to speak. And it's hard to replace someone like that. The guy we got coming in was our best receiver. He's our quarterback. He was back up for last year. And he's not Zach Kittrell, but he is. Tate Moore is a winner. He's not as fast as Kittrell. He's not as shifty. He doesn't have a strong arm, but he's just always been successful in play. And he's got a fair point. Yeah, nobody's going to outwork him. I think all our teammates have confidence in him. All the kids have confidence in him. So we'll see how it works out. He's a tall kid. He's about 6'2", real slender, like 170 pounds. Great kid. Yeah.
What area do you feel good about? What might be the strength of the team?
Maybe my assistant coaches. I'm not. I've got. They are the best. Literally. I mean, I've got any successes that we've got has been from Doug Leffler, Mark Lassiter, Ben Stepper, all these guys have been head coaches. And now we had another coach, Ricky Clemens, that came to us from Foley. He was at our school year before, had some medical problems, and then we got him, and he's a good coach. And we got a coach from TR Miller. So the guys, they make it happen. I'm fortunate enough to have a good team and work with me. So that's a huge. The only thing they ask me is, if I kicked over and died, what would we do to kick you? But that's the only thing I get. Don't mess it up.
You said you got a good kicker there.
Yeah, I did. He didn't play last year. He's one of the top rated soccer players in the state. And
And so he didn't play last year, even he played on, the tournaments and all that stuff that you do in the summer and all that stuff. But he said, he came to me and said, Coach, I really missed it. I really liked it. I want to back. And he's a good, he's pretty consistent. 45, 50, on out. It's a weapon.
What's his name?
Joy Jones. Coach, I heard you and before a Jackson, I got so close to played it twice back to back. Years ago, didn't win even one. And I went there, they got better time. How does Bayside match up physically with those guys? Not very well. We're not midgets, but compared to the defensive offensive cross overall, like a team like Jackson, they're probably going to be across from average of 65%. Our offensive line probably average about 200. That includes our two freshmen offensive line, who weigh 108. But it's hard to match up size. So I heard those that we have to do some other things. Work around some of those reviews. Matching up the teams like Jackson or a lot of teams for it, especially teams coming up from 3A or 2A or whatever, coming up from our roots. Teams like Jackson is, so you have to make adjustments other layers. You can grow the ball. I know that. I know that's what was key to second life being last year. That surprised the heck out of me, but when I saw the passing stats, it showed how they do.
Y'all open with Alberta, right? At Alberta?
We opened with Alberta. They did a good job down there. Got a lot of kids play. There's some big boys on that team too. A lot of folks coming back.
Going into year 16?
Basically, I thought I was going to be there for about 5 or 6 years. That didn't work out. But I love it. I enjoy every year. I enjoy it. Every day I enjoy it. We got a new head of school, and he's a big sports guy. And we really are pleased to have him. He was a wrestler in college. He's in the NFL.
What's the biggest change year 1 to year 16 for you?
I guess the strength and conditioning program. When I got there, it was non-existent, and people wonder, why the body couldn't win. And every coach knows this. It's not just me. Every coach knows this. Unless you're prepared, preparation phase for football is the most important. You gotta be able to execute on game night. But if you're not prepared, it's going to be tough.
Who are your other running backs this year?
We don't have it. Yeah, Sam Carpenter, he's about 170 pounds, about 5'11", 70. He didn't play a lot last year, but when he came in and played, he did really well. We've got 2 freshman running backs, and one of them is a stump. He's about 5'9", about 190, and he's going to be a player. He's going to be good. Got good speed too, and I think somebody that short, but he's going to be good. But again, when you got a freshman, it's hard to, it's just hard to match up with.
All right, Coach, want to get your guys up there?
This is Cooper White, inside linebacker.
How's it going, Cooper? Doing good, man. Tell us about your goals for the year.
Our goals, they're somewhat, I don't know, with us going before it, we're limited to like what we want to do. Obviously, state championships goal, but with the competition that we're playing, is a lot better. And us having a bunch of other guys. I think our goals are probably win a winning season and just develop the younger players as well as possible.
How do you feel the summer went? What's the mentality of the locker room there going into the season?
Going into the season, the mentality of the locker room is a lot better than I thought it would be. Like in the spring, losing all those guys that we lost, being upperclassmen coming up underneath them and having to fix all the holes and fill them. Definitely a little bit worried because we're losing Les, Jay, Zach, Alex, like numerous key players on offense and defense. But it's come a long way. All the guys, I think we have our minds where we need to be. Like, we have a winning atmosphere.
Who are some of your young teammates that's making a push right now?
But like we need to step up.
I'm talking about that has already stepped up.
He brought in more of the biggest piece, I think, is Graham Uter. He's going to be a big piece on defense, defensive line. Hopefully, Brenden that extra piece. But we're going to see who steps up in the game. He goes practice and work out so much, but
When you see all these new guys coming in, all these freshman coaches talking about what's your role? I mean, how do you help them along?
Trying to guide them in the right direction and tell them that like what you have to do before the season to be successful. If you don't work in the offseason, you can't really expect results from the season. So just trying to get them where they need to be because that's where the little thing as fast as possible because they're going to have to step up. A lot of them are going to do a lot more time.
All right, thanks, Cooper. Good job. Jackie, you lost a lot of production on offense. Tell us about this year.
So I'm just letting
It'll be lonely.
How excited was everybody when they saw Zach make the ESPN top 10 plays of the day?
How do you, like I asked Cooper, how do you, with all these young guys coming in, what's your role in trying to help them along?
You all had some success last year against Escambia County. You know, that's one of the region teams. How does playing those bigger schools last season help you now since you one of the bigger schools now?
It kind of shows us what we're a smaller team, but it's big. That's how being a smaller position, or bigger team, it's going to be position.
All right, Coach, guys.
Thank you very much. Look forward to you this year. Thank you very much. Thank you. We'll grab a group picture, you guys. Even just right there, yeah. That's good. Perfect. 1, 2, 3. Perfect. Thanks, y'all.
Thank you, Coach.
Appreciate you guys.
Coach Philip Lassenby and the crew over there at Bayside Academy. One of the question marks in Class 4A Region 1. I know a lot of people thought that the numbers probably would drop, but they actually increased a little bit. They normally have about 35, 40 kids. That's what they have out there now in a bigger division, but you can expect Bayside to win some games.
Okay.
Next up is Orange Beach, Coach Mark Husband and the crew. Go show. I just saw him sitting there. Go show us next.
Morning, Coach.
Good morning. How we doing?
Doing good. How you doing?
Doing fine. Thanks, guys. Appreciate y'all coming today. This is awesome. Appreciate y'all putting this on for all these kids. This is really good.
Kind of introduce first of all your guys there.
You know, today we got Caden Clark, senior defensive lineman. Been with our program a long time, and then J.R. Gardner, senior running back and safety. Both these guys have been leaders within our program. Guys that have been in this program through thick and thin, and proud for these guys to represent us today. Go Shores.
Kind of give us just kind of your update, state of the program as you get ready to go in the fall.
Yeah, here we are in July, and I tell you, it seems like once again you say this every year, and it's almost like coach speak, but time has really flown by when you're in the really in the thick of it. Sometimes it seems like we may be moving slow, and you're right in the middle of the early morning workouts. But we've had a great all-season program, a great summer. We're right in the middle of our summer program, somewhat winding it down now. But starting back in January, after we finished with the first winning season in 12 years, we really felt like we had a little better understanding of what our program is about, what this region and this area was about, and I had a much better understanding of what high school football was about, and I've learned a lot this past year as a head coach now in high school, and been able to maybe adapt a few things that we did last year and continue evolving, which I think you always want to do as a program. And we've I think made some strides, and I think we've made a lot of progress in the last now 7 months as compared to where we were last year. You know, our program, our administration, when I first agreed to take this job, our administration gets it. Dr. Aiken, our superintendent, Ms. Cindy Deasy, our principal, and Kevin Tubbs, our AD, they get it. And they realize the work that coaches put in. And, that's the one thing I still think most administrators, not Coach Shores, but they did it. Most administrators still to this day probably don't get is, the work that they require their coaches to do and then expect them to still coach football. It'd be like asking the principal to teach class all day and be a principal, or superintendent to teach class till 3:30 and be a superintendent. And so they've allowed us as coaches, taking a lot of the teaching burden off of us as coaches, and we've been allowed to coach football, from 6:30 morning until we go home in the evenings, and that's allowed us to increase our preparation and hopefully do a good job in our preparation and our planning and our evaluations of film every single day. And they've allowed me the resources to have coaching staff, so we pay her in the off season. When Brenden Bird left, we hired Paul Rhodes as our defensive coordinator. And I tell you what, I've learned a lot in the ball. I mean, this guy comes in after being 7 years as head coach at Iowa State, DC at Auburn, Arkansas, DC at Arizona, DC at UCLA, And so I've learned a lot from him. We've been able to lean on each other a lot. He had field returns after a long stint as a Division I offensive coordinator. And then Gulf Shores allowed me to hire Mitch Rodri, who was the offensive line coach the last 2 years for the Colorado Buffaloes. And so he then got a Pac-12 offensive line coach coming in now, coaching our offensive line coach, coaching our offensive line. We've made a lot of strides there. So what I'm trying to say, one, is our staff is continuing to evolve after this first year. I really like where they are, and it's allowed them to really do a good job, I think, in the preparation of these guys. And so every day they're watching installation film of Ohio State, UCLA, Iowa State, South Alabama. So what they're learning is from the coaching stuff that they're bringing to them. And I think it's been a really good learning tool. Back in January, after we went 6-4, now we sort of understand what it takes in this league. I definitely understand because he was 1-6A, and Region 1 was a bear. I don't know if the SEC West is much tougher. It was tough, and some really good teams day in and day out. Really good coaches in that league that we played. Everybody we played last year, well coached, really good players, good programs. Now we're moving to 5A, which to me is a little more in our wheelhouse based on our numbers. So I think that's going to be a positive thing for us moving forward. But I think it's only going to be for a 2-year stint. I think we'll be back at 6A because our middle school numbers went from 35 2 years ago. Now we've got almost 80. And so I was talking to Coach Margo Ruffler, they're doing the same thing. Numbers are going through the season. So our numbers are up, and I think we'll be back at 6A. But this 2A league is still tough. You've got state champion Viper moving into that region here in 5A Region 1. So it's going to be tough week in and week out. And so I've got to learn this league now. And while I also learned the league last year. And then now we've got some more really talented teams, really good coaches, and a lot of talented players. That'll be a challenge. The culture of our program is probably a lot what they're going to mention is the thing that I really feel like is right, getting close where we want. Our kids have bought into the culture that we've established, and with our discipline, we don't have a lot of issues. We got kids who are working hard, doing the right thing. We expect a lot out of them. We get them every morning just about at 7 a.m. and they don't go to class until 9:30. So we have, meetings, film, workouts, video, team meetings. Then we feed them a team breakfast before they go to class, and then they come down and practice after school. So I'm getting them twice a day, which really has been a great advantage for us in our preparation. And then we feed them a dinner to go in the evenings every day. So we're getting to feed our guys 3 meals a day. So that is adding to the development of our players. So we've gained a lot of weight, a lot of strength from an all-season program, and that part's been a big plus. Depth-wise, we're going to be much deeper than we were last year. We're only going to have about 3 players. Last year we had 8 players probably going both ways. I think this year we're up 3, and those will be going both ways all the time. They're really like a 1.5 foot players, and so we're getting to that point now where we don't have the 2 platoon. That's really helped us in our development also and what we can do offensively, defensively, and then obviously the way we work our kicking game, trying to make a big difference there. But it's definitely going to be a challenge moving forward within our program with this league. When we talk about our middle school, one thing though is going to be a challenge with the middle school is finding a schedule. Baldwin County is not allowing Gulf Shores Middle School now to no longer play in their league. And so they kicked us out of the Baldwin County League. So our young men don't have any games. And so we're scrambling to find games. And so, you hate that because you got a lot of young men. It don't affect us as coaches, but it affects those young men who are highly disappointed that they can't participate in that league. And so for whatever reason, that's disappointing. And just for the young men that work really hard. So we're scrambling to try to find a middle school schedule for those guys moving forward. But on the plus side, we had a great summer. These guys are continuing to work. We'll continue to work all the way through the 26th. And then we will take a break and we'll get started on August the 1st fall camp because we've got a tough one. Week 1, we will open up on Thursday night, so really be one of the first playing days of the year. So we'll get a lot of statewide attention. We'll be playing Coach Rivers at St. Michael on the road on Thursday night. So that's going to be quite a challenge. They're much improved too. A lot of players back, and he's going to wing it all around the field. So it's going to be a huge challenge for those guys. But we're excited about the opportunity this year, one game at a time. I like what our team dynamic is. I think our team's confident. I think they're humble. I think they're hungry. And I think they know that we're nowhere close to where we feel like we can get to. And so we're just going to take it one game at a time and see where the chips fall. So with that being said, I'll open up any questions.
So I think you come down there and get, man, y'all got a college program going on down there. Sound like, but no, real serious. Done a lot of all season high. I know the community expects big things out of your program. What do you expect to handle on the field, knowing what you got to control, as far as what the community may say? What do you look forward to out of these guys and their team?
Well, one is we pride ourselves on what we talk about with our things. We talk, we discipline, playing with relentless effort. If they give me those three things, then I'll take care of the rest. But these guys have bought in what we talked about to the culture. And that for us is, man, that's the discipline of our program, the way we do things, the way we dress, the way we act, the way we play, the way we take care of our facility. And like we saw last year, our facility's been totally renovated by the city. And it gives our kids a lot of pride every day showing up to our facility and the resources that now we're able to give these guys. So for me, I just think these guys keep working like they're working. That's all. I can't ask these guys to do any more than what they're doing. We got them every morning right now from 7:30 to 11, every morning, 4 days a week, I should say, here in the summer. And so they're giving me a lot of great work. And I've been really, really proud of a lot of these guys working jobs too in the afternoons, sometimes even morning from school. So these guys do way more than I did in high school, even in college. When I was in college, 1987, I played at Delta State. And so we get through playing, okay? I get through with school in May. We go see the head coach, and they give you a big, thick workout manual. You take it home in the summertime. Well, I get in my car, I throw that workout manual in the back seat, and I'd be water skiing and playing softball all summer long. And about a week before football started, I'm like, oh man, I better get away from it. I start running, working, getting back in shape. Now, football, starting with college, going year round. Now they, years back, they started keeping them in time. So training those guys. Then it evolved to high school. Now these guys give up their summers working out the entire summer. So football is really continuing to evolve in a lot of ways. Some ways maybe I'm not super fan of, but it's continuing to evolve. And the best thing about the high school level is it is the purest form of football out there. And these guys aren't getting NIL money. They're not, signing endorsement contracts, and they're playing because they love football. That's the part that's refreshing for me from coming from where I came from.
Being a high school coach, having a running back like Ronnie Raw at your disposal, how easy does it make it, if it makes it easy?
Well, it don't make it easy. I take it back. It makes it easier. Any coach up here will tell you.
Yeah.
Good players make us better coaches. I can tell you that. And but for Ronnie, last year we only really had one offensive true weapon, and that was Ronnie. And so all 11 on defense have all 22 eyes on Ronnie. That made it a challenge. But this year we're more balanced in more positions. So I think that's going to help Ronnie. Last year it was 1 on 11 offensively with him and JR, because him and JR weren't in the game at the same time. Ronnie was in and JR was in, so it's 22 eyes for our running back in the backfield. For this year, we've got them playing different positions, and so we've got JR on the field, Ronnie on the field, Brenden Bird on the field, a lot of the wideouts on the field, so they can't hopefully just key on one player. And I think that's going to make everybody around them better.
Having a quarterback like Brenden Bird come in, how has he gelled with the other players?
He's a quality person. That's the one thing about him. He's a quality person, leader, humble to the core. He's the first one to give his team the credit. That's what I like in quarterback. Somebody who's tough. I want my quarterback to be tough. And I don't know if there's a tougher quarterback out there than Brenden Bird. Strength of our defense, if you're looking at two of them right here, Caden, our defensive line is going to be pretty active this year. And I think in any level of football, it starts up front with the defense. That front seven, really, that front four, is got to be tough. The teams that when I was in college football, they had the best defensive linemen and the best quarterback were the best teams. And so we've got a really, really good defensive lineman. We got some depth. We didn't have the depth we had last year that we have now. But here's the difference is now we've got more players playing one way with depth. So now you don't have to save anything in the tank to flip over and play on offense. These guys are going to be, expected to play awfully hard for 4 quarters, knowing they don't have to play both ways. And so that's going to be a big advantage that we didn't have last year, is with one-way players. And I think at the 5A level, hopefully that's going to be a little bit of an advantage. I would think it might be a few more to have a few more one-way players, two-way players at 5A. Because at 6A last year, we were playing a lot of guys 2 ways, and everybody we played were not. They were playing one way. But I like our 11 starters right now. I really do.
What was the biggest surprise for you last year, Coach, coming from college to high school?
Everybody says coach high school ball, college ball. I'm gonna tell you, for me, football is football. We have some teams that have really good players. The preparation for us was the exact same. The hours that we put in as coaches, where I felt a relief, or where I felt though, you didn't have to go home and make recruit calls. You didn't have official visits. You didn't have all that to deal with. And so you just could focus just on football. So for me, it took half my job away. And so now I can focus the other half now on my family. And so that was a big plus. But for us in this league, you don't really appreciate a league until you're in it. You heard this, all this good league. When you're in the thick of it with Sarah Lamb, some of those guys, Gil, Spanish Sports for the world, and Robert Stale, you name it, every week these teams were all well-coached teams, and it was a challenge. So I got a lot of respect for this area of the state, for the coaching and for the players.
Speaking on 5A, Region 1, Viger, Williamson, all those 4A powers moving up to 5A, along with UMS Wright and Faith Academy. The hard man is out. And, what type of pressure does that bring, knowing that those playoff teams are already in 5A?
Yeah, I think in some ways, like I said, I think see all they're dropping 5A. Like that's something we ought to be proud of. I'm like, man, I think 5A is just a tough as 6A. It's tough week to week. That's a good level to lead. So, for us though, we don't know much about the teams we're playing because I haven't played any of them. We did play Alberta last year. We were 32 before. But most of the teams for me are new coaches. They'll be going against new teams, different places. And still, up until a few weeks ago, there were 3 teams in our region who didn't even have head coaches. Yeah. But I think they feel 1 or 2 of those. Yeah. And so, that's a lot of uncertainty. And then now we're playing 4 games this year on the road, but not at the high school that the team is from. So we're playing one school at a different school. So we might be playing Viger at Williamson. We're playing St. Michael at Arrow. So we're playing in all these different venues. So that's going to be a little bit of a challenge. And so we've got some site visits we've got to take next week and get some plans made for how we want to navigate some, the locker rooms and the preparation going into the season.
Can you talk about these guys individually and what they bring?
JR has been with our program for a while now. His dad was a national champion football player at Alabama State. His flash was put into the Hall of Fame there. And apple don't fall far from the tree. JR is kind of the same cloth, high character man right here. great leader, hard worker, and loves his teammates. And I'm gonna tell you, you'll be watching JR playing on Saturday. This guy has already got an offer from OCP. He's got everybody else in FCS and Robert Group of 5 recruiting him. And so he's going to get some opportunities. You'll see him on Saturday. And we're anxious to get the ball in his hands this year. And so, like I said, him and Ronnie now are being on the field at the same time. Last year they split time running back. And so I think it's going to help his game and Ronnie's game. And so I think that part's going to be really good.
So, Will, before you get on, will they be both playing running back, wide receiver? I mean, where do you think?
Yeah, Ronnie's going to play some slot along with being able to hit running back too. And so we're just moving people around, trying to get as many good players, as much speed on the field as we can. And then Caden's another guy that's been in this program. He's seen it when it's been down. He's been a part of it now as we're trying to climb up. And he has put in the work. He's the guy that he brings the juice every day. When I think about our juice in our program, my energy, Cade brings that juice every day in the weight room, the practice, plays with relentless effort. And man, another great guy, high character, would do anything for his teammates. And just when I chose our guys to come here, I couldn't think of 2 better players to represent Coach Shorts.
Okay. And get the guys up there.
All right, JR, come on up.
How you doing, JR?
Good, how are you?
Yeah, man. So tell us about where you're going to be all over the field this year. Where you're going to line up the most?
I believe I'm going to be a running back the most, but I can be put anywhere. And on defense, I'm mainly going to be playing safety.
Where do you think you'll play in college?
In college, I believe I want to play safety, but I can play anywhere for the team.
What was the biggest game last season for you and why?
The biggest game last year had to be against Mcneil because our defense we were just so in sync. Where it was 0-0 going into halftime. Then we had a couple of busts. Team was just working great.
What do you think? Where do you think y'all have improved as a team this year?
Definitely in our mind and physically. We're just more into the meetings, learning a lot more than we did last year. And then in the weight room, we're just getting a lot more work in, just pushing ourselves a lot harder than we know. We're feeling great going into the season. We have a big game ahead of us against St. Michael's. Biggest goal is to win that game, one game at a time. And we're all just having fun in the locker room, on the field as a team.
What do you think about what Coach Rhodes has brought?
Coach Rhodes brings a lot of energy into the defensive meetings and on the field. He's one of the smartest people I know. He's giving us all of his intelligence. He says that we're teaching him stuff at the same time, so it's all going great.
What aspect of your game do you focus on?
Definitely my intelligence of football intelligence.
How much of a benefit is it for y'all to have you and Ronnie both out there at the same time?
I feel like it's going to be more eyes on both of us instead of just one guy out there to keep. So it really puts more stress on the defense to have 2 or more threats.
That third threat is probably going to be Brenden Bird. Talk about what he brought to the Dolphins program that was different.
He brought just a lot more strength at the quarterback position, more intelligence for all the players around. Then him being a lefty is something that we're not really used to, and a lot of teams aren't used to playing left-handed quarterbacks, so it's going to be a difficult process. Yeah.
How excited was the team after the spring game?
I feel like the spring game really woke us up as a team because we felt we were a lot better, but there were a lot of things left out from the team.
What's your goals for this year?
definitely my biggest goal is just to win the first game, improve everything that I can as a better player, and then hopefully just graduate in December and get to college level.
All right, thanks, John. Good afternoon, Caden. Coach said you've been with the program your whole career. Tell us kind of where.
So I've lived at Boat Shores my whole life, so I've always been a part of the Boat Shores program. My first 2 years when we were going 1-9, 2-8, so Coach got in and just flipped it all around. It's always been a rough program. Like even when I was younger, going to the high school games, it was just not that much fun to watch, but it's definitely taken a turn in a good way as well.
What do you attribute that to? And what did Coach have to do to get you to the level?
I mean, we just weren't very disciplined at all. Like a lot of us, we just did what we wanted. We knew what we wanted. And once Coach got here, we switched it all around. We all started being disciplined. We had like rules we had to follow and stuff that we like went by, and it just helped us all get like more disciplined and take better care of everything that we got. Just really respect everything and stuff like that.
What's the strength of your game going? What's the strength of your game?
Definitely with me being a kind of smaller defensive line, it's my speed. I'm able to get past the offensive lineman pretty quick because I'm skinnier and just a little bit quicker than the offensive lineman. So it's definitely my speed is what helps me.
Coach talked about maybe the front seven being strong for y'all defensively. Do you feel that in practice and stuff?
I feel like our defensive line is definitely the energy bringers for a team and all that at practice. Like when the defensive line gets going, it just reflects along everyone behind us, and everyone's just excited to go. And our defensive line definitely gets a lot of work in, having like Ronnie, JR, and Brenden Bird going against us on offense. Like Brenden is super fast, so is Ronnie and JR. So like they're working hard and like they're pushing us as defensive line, and we're constantly chasing them, we're constantly working. So they're just improving us by being good players out there. Our defensive line is explosive and we're all good.
So you see the nutrition program. Are you seeing and witnessing, I guess, players getting bigger?
Yes, no doubt. Definitely seen it. So I've known JR since freshman year. He's a little skinnier until Coach Hunt got here, got him on the weight game, and JR's getting a lot of weight. I've seen a lot of guys do it too. Like take 100-pound kids and they gain some weight, they're moving some weight in the weight room now. It's good to see everyone growing for the good way and the right way.
Which one of the offensive linemen on your team you look forward to going against every day?
Probably it's either our right guard or our left guard. Sam Schefter and Tyler Burkett, they're our two biggest guys, and they work me the hardest. They're our best, so I like going against them. Gives me more competition like that. Prepare for the bigger guys in our group.
From the experience now, I think it benefits you for other players about it.
With this coaching staff, they know a lot. So they've been to college and all that. Some of them even, some of them have been to NFL level, like playing, like defensive line coaches, and they just have a lot more experience. And they know a lot of things that most other high school coaches haven't been able to really learn all that. Like they teach a lot of it to us, and it definitely benefits a lot. They just know all the secrets from going to higher levels.
From your point of view on the defense, what have you seen from Brenden since he came to join the team?
He can move. So I got a good name for Brenden. I call him White Michael Davis. He's a lefty, number 7, and he can run. Like definitely one of the fastest dudes. He was my first career sack last year, actually. But besides that, he's definitely fast, and his throws are on point. He's an athlete for sure, and he's not scared of a hit. He'll run you over. Don't back down.
Yeah, how difficult was that? Tackling him as an opponent, now you're tackling him as a team almost. How difficult was that?
I'm happy now that he's on my team. Like, I ain't got to worry about having to chase him, but it was definitely different when we first showed up. Yeah, it was just kind of like, we're used to going against this guy trying to hurt him, but now he's a part of us and he's one of our brothers. Me, him, JR, we all work together, so we're always together. Just our bond is pretty dang.
Do you ever remind him that he was your first sack? Or?
Oh, I do it all the time. Because Brenden, remember when I sacked you? Because I was also like slower last year, so it wasn't much. But yeah, I do brag to him about it.
Being in 5A Region 1 now, you have teams like Viger and all those teams. Which one of those teams you look forward to just competing against over there?
Definitely, I'm looking forward to the Viger game and the UMS just because I know it's going to be good competition. The energy there is just going to be amazing. Like, it'll be a fun season against those tougher teams.
All right, guys. Thank you very much.
Thanks, guys.
Appreciate y'all.
Y'all did a great job.
All right.
That was good.
Yeah, I like him.
Michael Vick. You don't have to worry about it.
Coach Mark Husband and the crew down at Gulf Shores. I'm telling you, it's something special in the water in 5A Region 1. I'm about to head to the next coach now.
Yeah, y'all do whatever you need. All right, Coach, introduce who you got with you.
All right, guys, I've got both things. One, two, I've got Christian Abrams, who's going to be a senior, and he's been a 4-year starter for us at cornerback, and also plays some safety games as well. And next to him, I got Brenden Davis, and he'll start for us as a receiver, also on the plays, wingback, tight end, and other outside linebacker for us as well.
Okay, well, kind of give us a state of the program as you're getting ready for fall.
Well, man, you know, I was listening to Chuck talk. Fall's going to be here, it seems like tomorrow. It seems like the season starts on the 4th of July. Summer's over, but you know, we've had an absolutely outstanding offseason. You know, Ron Mcneil, I can tell these kids have been here 5 in the morning, and they've been there about 4:45 ready to go. You know, we started that. Our offseason obviously started the day season ended last year. We've had great youngins in the weight room, great teams, grown our program. At the junior high level as well as all level as well. I'll start with our junior high coach on the way here. When he first took the job after my first year at Rockdale, there were 35 kids out of our junior high program, and yesterday at practice he had 7. So I'm just very excited about the state of our program, not only at the varsity level, but at the junior high level as well. As we continue to grow, I'm finished with year 3, starting year 4 today, and I feel like we may not want as many as we wanted to win, but the state of our program now, where it was 3 years ago, I think is totally different. Well, we don't come in the game wanting to be over. We come in the game to compete, and with many guys are talking the way over here is reflected on the last 2 seasons in particular. You know, going back 2 seasons ago, we're 4-6, but we're a play away from being 5-6 for a Hurricane, maybe being 6-4. So, you know, we didn't even play Satsuma that year, and I thought that was a game we potentially win that game, and we ended up playing Gulf Shores on Monday night. I thought we should have won that, and we didn't. And I think we ended up playing 3 games a week and a half. And that third one we won, and we're kicking an onside kick, trying to get the ball back and win. You know, last year we dropped a very close game to an outstanding Baldwin team week 1. We had 2 starters out, unfortunately, with COVID. Could that make a difference? I think it would. And, you know, we're a play here, a play there. We're sitting at, 3-7, 4-6 to be 6-4. So, you know, with us, the margin for error is so small, and that's what we were talking about. And it's not necessarily because of a play. It's not because of the coach. It's because of everything around us. And last year, we played a ton of guys both ways. I think Brady said on the way over here, because of injuries against Gulf Shores, he never came off the field. That's including special teams. And I'm looking at it right now, and we're going to have 4 guys that are kind of playing both ways this year. Obviously, injuries don't get in the way. So, you know, I think that's going to be a huge thing for our program. Instead of running 2 practices, realistically, we're running 1 practice. And, you know, we thought that was the best way for us to get some wins last year, and I think it did help us in some ways. But when you're playing who's going to play 0 kids both ways, we got to do something different. And that was what we went with our wing team. I think we've got to be different. Got to be different. Give ourselves a chance to win in this region. Now, we are evolving a little bit. Kenny Gillen has taken over our offense, and he's done an absolutely outstanding job with that in the offseason. You got to find a way to get the ball to edge. You got to find a way to get the ball to the perimeter. And it was no secret last year. We had one of the better running backs in the area. We were going to beat the ball. And this year, we're going to, instead of being a running back-centered offense, it's how many different guys can we get the ball to. We've got an outstanding running back, scat back, Glenn Williams. Came back out for us, did not play his junior year, but he is an absolutely outstanding kid. He reminds me a lot of last year, running back, very, very fast. He went to the UWF camp last week, and he was the fastest kid in their camp. So, very explosive player. We're going to use him all over the field. He's going to take some snaps for us in Wildcat. He's going to be running back. He's going to be at receiver. He actually started for us 10 games corner as a sophomore. So, it's one of those guys that, if need be, we couldn't come over and add to, but now we're able to do that. And our quarterback this year is Henry Harbison. I told him this morning, he has came miles since this time last year. And he's allowing us to do a lot of different things on offense. Anytime you have that trigger man that understands what you want, it just makes us go miles ahead. And we're returning all of our offensive line. We're back. Ian Bailey and Dave Hill were into that. Ian, Jay, they're both 6'3", 250 plus. So we got some big boys anchoring that. And all those guys are coming back. Brighton's going to play with receiver for us this year, and our tight end's coming back as well. So I expect big things out of our offense, but yes, we're going to throw the ball a little bit more. But I still believe the game is won on the ground because we're going to be a tough physical football team, and I believe that started in the weight room and the way we practice. Defensively, we're going to return 5 starters off of that group. I think the strength of us will be on DB, the defensive line. Starting here with Christian, he's a great quarterback. That's where you see him primarily. You got a 3 guy coming back from Connor Tim, still kind of be a quarterback of that defense. I told him one time, Chad, he's going to get it done. We'll be a little inexperienced at linebacker and just young guys. We just got to get the way to get going. Been very, very pleased with them so far. They're picking up the reads, picking up the checks, and going there. But our defensive line will be anchored by Becker Yost. He also is going to be a running 3-year starter for us, and just does an absolutely great job. He'll move from both sides of the line and play nose as well. So, with that, the future is bright, but at the same time, the margin for error is so small. You got Coach Smith walking in here, and we know that guy is going to be big. And at the end of the day, but you want to play teams like that. You don't want to play teams that we're going to beat them by 80. We're going to beat them by 80. There's no weak song. There's nobody you look at on our schedule, non-conference and conference, and go, well, that's a win. It's just not it. And I know everybody out there is talking about it. I would like to find a cover conference in Region 168. I spent 12 years in Mississippi, and I think I played in the toughest conference there. And I don't know if anything's tougher than what we played. We got an easy one open up in Theodore. So, we'll get it real quick. But we're excited with the challenge. And, I tell everybody this. Somebody asked me how long was I going to stay. So I'm coming back to Mississippi. It's going to take a special place to leave Robinson. From the community, the administration, the kids. That's home. That's what my kids know is home. And we built a house within a mile from the school. So we're all in the community. The kids are in the community. On the flip side of that, there's not one time I've asked the city of Rockville, Silverville, anything, and they haven't delivered. And I know we don't win as much as I would want it to, but I would challenge anybody to have a better community around them than what we have in the Super Bowl.
Coach, for the first time, and my memory goes back long. The whole I'm still alive. You're not playing this.
We're not. We just didn't work it out with scheduling. Obviously, we only get 2 non-conference games. It just didn't work out. Tried to get it done. It just wasn't in the cards this year. And hopefully, we're scheduled next year as priority number 1. But the way it's looking like, we will be a 7A school. 2 years, I think we've missed about 6.5 bodies this year. So I would say a lot of it must be set on high school next game is very, very high. And, you know, and I hate that for both communities because it is a great game for both communities.
Coach, you say you're going to switch up a bit, try. Still not going to get totally away from that lead. What do we expect to see on the passing side?
Well, the biggest thing for me, it's not necessarily about the downfield passes. Get the ball on the perimeter. And we're going to control the game with short intermediate passes. And Henry, he can throw the football. He can throw the football, but we want high percentage passes to keep moving the chains. We're still going to be a power offense. Still want to slow the game down and be a little different because, I know a lot of people talk to me after the game. I hate playing of it. We got to prepare for that all week. And that's why I went in that direction because I was defensive coordinator for a long time. And I hated playing a wing team, or I hated playing a triple option team because you cannot replicate that in practice. There's no way to replicate it. And that's why we chose that. That's been our identity. And we're going to continue with that. It's going to evolve a little bit for this year. And next year it might be something different. But that's our identity, and that's what we're going to be.
You have to pick one area you want to improve on the most from last year. What area would you say?
Well, offensively, it is the passing game. It is the passing game, and that was our emphasis all season on that. Spring, I think I saw the ball in the air more than I would really care to see the ball in the air. But that's the only way to get better. That's the only way to get better, and it's made our defense tremendously better because at the same time, you saw it every day. I thought we were pretty decent against the run, but at times in space, we were not as good as I thought we should have been because we couldn't replicate that because our identity was the way it did. Defensively, we just got to get better. And I was talking to the kids today before we left our meeting. We got to get off the field. You know, we brought up instances a couple of years ago. We're kicking onside kick, gets one ball back, we score 35 points. They don't come out to win. But the game plan was no quarterback scrambles, big yards, check. No busted plays, no deep balls, check. No big special teams plays, check. We got the game plan, but we didn't get off the field in key moments. And we didn't have to get off the field every third down. But you don't even know when that play is going to come. And that's one thing I preach that a football game, in my opinion, if you look back at a close game, well, these 4 plays cost us the game. You just don't know when those 4 plays are. They could come in the first drive. They could come in the last drive. So many times all that went down to the last drive. What could have been is because you busted cover 3 on 3rd and 8 in the second quarter of that score. So you never know when that play is going to come. You never know when you have to make that play. Tackle here, a first down there is the difference between a 3-win and a 6-win team. And that's what we've got to do as a team is capture those moments and get those big plays to get us off the field, to get us that first down, to get us that extra point, to win the game. And that's the goal. We've got to focus on the little things. And our culture is not going to change. Our culture is great. Never have to worry about it being. Been there 3 years at Robertsdale. We've had 0 kids in summer school. And I don't know, I'm not going to let them take a poll, but I'd say in this area, say somebody's going to have a kid in summer school. But we don't have that problem. Christian, that's the reason I brought those kids. Those kids back all A's and B's. Braden's in the honor society, plays 2 sports. Christian plays 2 sports. So, and that's probably the biggest challenge we have is, I counted it up, I've got 10 starters or heavy rotating guys that are playing baseball, basketball, or wrestling, track. So in the summer, it's hard to get all those guys together. It really is because I want Robertsdale to be the best it can be. And if I've got my baseball team, my defensive backfield, I can't tell them not to go play baseball. So that's where we've got to marry that together as a school. And my goal as a school, Robertsdale is not going to be the best it can be until the best athletes are playing multiple sports. And that's my goal as a program. I never want to take away from baseball or basketball or wrestling. I want those kids to know they are going to do that as well. But after July 4th, it is football season, and they all know that. They're not missing, and we're going to go to work on that.
Who do you not?
Our non-area would be MGM and Omaha. We'll have MGM and Omaha.
Are y'all doing anything that first week, the 18th and 19th?
No, we're not playing week 0. We're not playing week 0 this year. So our first game will be.
You like that or no?
I'll tell you after week 1. So, you know, like I said, we got an easy warm up with Theodore week 1. So, we're looking forward to it. You know, there's some different things that we're exploring. I'm even exploring not doing a spring practice next year and starting a week early, simply because I've got so many kids that play basketball. I think we're a win away from me not getting them at all in the spring. So every year is different. Every group's different. We just got to evolve and adapt to that group.
What are some of the challenges that you face in Robertsdale that you didn't face when you were in Mississippi?
Well, you know, I was at 4 different schools in Mississippi. My last one was at Olive Branch, and I mean, we were good. We were really, really good. I was a really good coach. I was a really good coach those last 2 years at Olive Branch. I think we were 24-2, 24-3, something like that. Yeah. So, but I think the biggest challenge is we just don't have the numbers quite like I've had at some other schools, but it's growing. And the size of our coaching staff. When we've evolved that, we've got a much bigger staff now. And I hope to keep growing that. But everywhere is going to have its challenge. Whereas that at Olive Branch, we didn't worry about some of the on the field stuff, but I had to worry about who's filling up the water.
Exactly.
And that we don't have to worry about that. The community, and I cannot say enough about the community in Robertsdale, Alabama. It's Silver Hill and at Watson. It's whatever we need, it is there. Is it as much as some others have? No, I've never wanted anything.
Yeah.
But there's never an issue of anything. Whatever we want, whatever we need, it's never an issue. And I think that is the strength. And our principal does an absolutely outstanding job with athletics. And one of his mottos is community is our strength. And I was sitting there thinking about that last night. Well, there's going to be a time I'm going to move on from here. I hope I still got a bunch of years left to do this. But that's got to be the motto, I think, of anybody. High school football is about community. And if you're not involved and invested in your community, in my opinion, you're doing it wrong. And I feel like we do a great job of that.
One of the advantages in certain schools in terms of the city school coaches where they're in charge of the middle school program, and in the county, we're seeing it sort of both ways. Alberta has their middle schoolers, they have the Alberta kids on campus with the high school. Same. Robertsdale is like, I guess, the other high school campuses where those programs are their own programs. What's the relationship with Robertsdale between the middle school and high school?
We have a great relationship. Our junior high coach, he does a great job. He's also the baseball assistant. So we're right in there together. We're fortunate in that. I guess the biggest challenge with that is we're doing junior high off season, much like everybody else who does. We're doing junior high off season because there's no way at the junior high. We're busting them to us, and we're working out. And it's no issue because you want to invest in programs. But at the same time, I've got 9 coaches who have wives and kids too that we can help them. So it's a balancing act with both of them. But if you're not working out your 7th grade, your 8th grade, you're cheating yourself, cheating the kids, and cheating the program.
All right, Coach, you want to get your guys up there?
Yeah, I'll let Christian go first. So Christian's been a 4-year starter for us at quarterback.
Hey, Christian, how you doing? Good, man. Tell us a little bit about your expectations for this year.
This year, I think we're going to do pretty good. We're really excited to be Brenden.
How have you seen the program grow since Coach got there?
This year was I guess it was first 2 years. Yeah, it was good.
What game do you look forward to playing in this season?
You think y'all are kind of close to getting over that hump and getting, like Coach said, from 3 wins to 6 wins or 8 wins? What's it going to take to get there?
We're just going to get the team to get getting stronger, doing everything as possible.
What was the excitement when Taven Curry signed with UAB last season?
It was good. Everybody was excited for him. I get it. Everybody teams playing against us. They were, focused on tape, trying to ball. Being clean, I would say,
Defensively, how will y'all be this year?
our DBs, we done an excellent job taking out ball out of the ground and without no linebackers, but smaller.
All right, thanks, man. Braden? How's it going, Braden? Yeah, man. All right, so you're a wide receiver. Tell us about the offense.
Yes, sir. I'm really confident this year. Just first year without Taylor, really first year without him. Yeah, some other guys.
How do you feel the summer went? How do you feel that will kind of prepare you guys for the season?
We started summer really early, in the spring, when we started the summer. And being up there early, things really helped us a lot. Getting everything installed and working on it now.
Think you might get a chance to catch the ball more without Taven?
Yes, sir. I mean, also, every 11 on defense knows Taven's going to get the ball. That's usually how it was most of our games. And now, gives everybody else a chance to get the ball.
What do you think it would take to make the playoffs in 6A Region 1 at Robbinsdale?
6A Region 1, it's really a mindset because you're looking at Benborn, Sarah Lynn, all these good 6A teams. Getting in mind that these teams are better than me. So it's really about the mindset of your whole team and going in and thinking, you 7-7. No, sir, we did not. We were planning to this year, but some things fell.
With Coach mentioned in the past game.
Yes, sir. I mean, every day in practice going against like Christians, really good DB. I feel like it's really fair.
All right, guys. Good luck this year. Thank you. Coach, Thanks, Coach. No, he said it hurt. Coach, what's going on?
How we doing?
Good. How you doing, man? Tell us, introduce us. We're ready to roll, man. Unless you gotta go to the bathroom. All right. All right. Tell us who you introduce your guys.
Howard, Jake Godfrey, senior wide receiver. Josiah Gibson, senior safety.
Okay. Well, what's it been like being back at the fort?
It's very humbling. It's an honor. My history there, the first move, dispatched in 2007. Lived there the entire time, and just privileged to be. When we got there in 2007, the history of the school, number one football game in school history for a short year. just to be able to come back and serve as athletic director and head coach of the school, really, I was 22 years old doing it. Very big honor and everything. And it's exciting. I feel like I really brought that part of me 15 years now. Just exciting for me to represent the city. The biggest, very strength here. So it's coming in season. You know, not specifically yet, but just the strength that I knew coming in was the standard and the epitome of what it is to be a four, what we say is a four away. Like I said, I was blessed to be a part of starting that so many years ago. Just these kids, you know, their mindset, you know, their standard of excellence, what they bring every single day, their commitment, and just really just the competitive nature of what it is to be a four. And that's what we consistently talk about. Just overall, but you know, I think coming back and graduating 30 seniors last year, we got about 30 coming with some rising seniors. So just our strength with the seniors, you know, just they've been here, they've been a part of that standard, and I just see a real close. I see a real close. And it's a good work. So I'm really excited.
Talk about what's quarterback situation.
We've got a rising senior, Ben Walker. He's been taking one snap right now. We've got younger kid, Parker Smith, and also a younger Smith. He's a good young kid there. Ray Walker's been doing a fantastic job for us. They get those snaps, like I said.
On the summer field for you guys, how do you care you think?
Well, you know, I think summer's obviously very crucial. We've had a great summer. You know, a lot of consistent days of getting better working on us. And then we're going to some competitive days, like you said, also. We had a really good show in there. Two-game touch football, I call it. But, you know, it is exciting to see these kids go compete and work with something and get somewhere, go off and compete with other teams that were allowed in the state. And we're part of a few OTAs where we're bringing the line in, and now we get to see the entire team work together, all the units work together. So, but it's been a great summer. It's never long enough for me, you know, but it's super fast. But the kids have been great. Like I said, just the work ethic, and us getting better every day. I see. Just excited about where that leads us coming on.
Nemo Hickson, talk a little bit about him. I know he put on a show over at South Alabama, and I think you lost to Montgomery Catholic, and everybody from Montgomery Catholic came and fist bumped with him. Talk a little bit about his development.
Yeah, so Nemo, that's JoJo's younger brother. So, did you choose him on that? Yeah, he plays safe. He plays safe. I guess Nemo got the hand. He did. Nemo got the hand. But no, Nemo did a fantastic job. Came out. Really, all of our kids.
Yeah.
At South Alabama. Really, you know, honestly, taking a step back, that's the first time that I got to see our kids go against another school that day. And I was very impressed, very pleased with their competitive nature. We had a couple times that we were down, and you know, me as a coach, I was going, okay, they didn't get the beat. And then that was a chance that Nemo stepped up that game. Really just going back to Nemo's development as a young man, been tremendous this summer. Really had a great show there. Obviously, like I said, great quarterback, really showed some really good things at this time. And then I go back to 7-on-7. You know, my background is more line play, those type of things, which we all know that the games are one up front to begin with, and then it works itself out there. But just a great time to go and see our kids better and fun. So that was a great day. I think we lost at the end. I think we went to 2.
Yeah.
But hey man, so let's go.
Yeah.
Try to win this thing too. It's a lot of fun, and I'm part of my kids.
Yeah.
Scheme wise and that kind of thing, what will really
to share in front of the cameras here today? What will the Toros fans, what can they expect to see differently in that regard this year?
Well, we're gonna have offense, we're gonna have a defense, and we're gonna have special teams. I've done all, obviously, triple option, and speeches, option spread type thing. So I've done it all, backgrounds, South Alabama, type stuff. But, going on the scheme, biggest thing in my mind is getting evaluated, getting that, knowing your personnel, getting in a position to be successful. Which has been very successful in the past. So it's not going to be a huge wholesale turn, but just putting my stuff on the defense, put my turn, my defensive coordinator, goes to their South, putting his spin on the defense. But not a 180-degree turn. Fast-paced, physical up front, fantastic offensive line, coach, coordinator. Was really excited about that. Really excited about defensive line as well. So just again, just putting those guys in position to be successful is what we're looking for.
Coach, these guys are a lot of athletes that have come through Spanish working on their college career, some are still in college. What do you have those guys that are on your team now? Looking at those guys, what would you tell them to do to be able to be in those type of shoes like those former athletes?
Yeah, that's a good question. I mean, tradition. So, we talk a lot about tradition as a great thing. As you see it. So I look at tradition as a big thing. Like young men are coming up and they're exposed to it, they're part of it, golf the tradition, which is a big thing, as we know, because that's the hardest thing to develop, right? But it's a blueprint. And it's great to see those experiences and really correlate that to what these young men do in their time. These young men are seniors have they haven't won a single game, nothing's a title, nothing's wrong. We talk about that a lot, but this is their opportunity. And JoJo's had older brothers that have gone past, that have family members and players. So I think it's great that we not big on our position of talking about players from South and first time speaking. I've had Spanish football players come speak about our strength pick, state champion football players come speak about. Though we embrace those things, those are children. But when we embrace those things, see those things, now it's what. From a recruiting standpoint, I've always been blessed to be able to tell my side of Coastal Louisiana, South Alabama, and just talk about what recruiters are looking for. And what we talk about, I was just having a conversation with these two young is making yourself recruit. Are we recruiters? Do we have the grade? I'm not going to lie to you. That's my name, right? I didn't feel lied to when I was recruiting. So are you a good character? And we're going to send you off and you're going to run Spanish forward in the right line. Okay, so are you recruiting? Are you making a grade? And then you put the development on the rest is up to you. Take it as your resume. But I do think that's so important. I think that's what specialized now. Success, players that come to success. You see this is what you can do based on what you do with what you're giving back. So that's very important. We talk about that a lot.
Coach, in your last two jobs, you took over a Robertsdale program that had been struggling, an Orange Beach program that wasn't a program, and now you get a Spanish Fort program kind of on the opposite end of that trajectory.
Yeah.
How different is it, and how do you come in? Do you come in with a lot of changes and this and that, or how do you approach it?
So my wife said one day, she said, you'll be home a little bit more now that you don't have to start something. But I've thought about that. This is kind of God's plan. When I first started from high school, 1919, we ended up successful in South Alabama itself, a fledgling program that we built there, and Spanish Fort, I don't know history. And then taking over Robertsdale and then Orange Beach and the first one. So it's a different process, but it's also the same process. Because coming to Spanish Fort obviously has been successful in a ready-made program, but then anybody who's going to take over a program is going to put their stuff. Right? So this is how I want to approach race. This is how we're going to do our work based on values, based on what we're trying to achieve. This is what we're doing. This is our standard. This is how we're going to practice. This
this, and this. So you are essentially starting over your staff, your division, but the foundation has. So that's the exciting part of it now. Maybe I don't have to take 10 steps back. Maybe I just 5 steps. So that's kind of what it's been here since March. And Ben did a fantastic job, obviously. So just putting my spin on it, and really, the main thing is culture. I'm infatuated with the culture and what these kids can expect from me and driving this program based on core values. We try to achieve those every single day, and that's what drives us to be the best person possible.
Spanish 4-1 since 2010, 140 games. And last night we had a big debate that ended very quickly. How does that help you guys coming in as a new staff in those tight games where you got kids that don't know how to quit, that believe that they can win if it's 5 seconds left, you got 93 yards to go. How does that make it an easier transition?
The transition part, I don't know as much as I know that that's because I saw them when I was with you. That is an element that this program has had and that is a huge intangible that you really can't coach it. You try to, but it's something that you can't replicate until you go through it, right? And it goes back to the tradition and the standards that we're used to as years. So now in 3 years of seeing that process and saying, well, wait a minute, we've been in this position and we've been down. This is what we can do. Again, it goes back. I'm a big believer that starts in January in the offseason. A fantastic offseason starts when I've been on board, and they know that this is what we do now. That's going to pay off in August because I've been through it and I'm seeing it in my life. I'm seeing it, right? So the mindset of we've been here, we've done that, and now this is what we do. So it is an X factor, absolutely. Because you look at it, you look at programs out there, college, high school, this, that, and the other. It's hard to win football.
Yeah.
Winning doesn't care about what school you are. Winning doesn't care about what you're going through. Winning doesn't care about food. Winning doesn't care about what your brother did and through here. That's why winning is so special. So what is the X factor? What is the it factor? What is that intangible that you're searching for? And you nailed it. It's the tradition of winning and being a part of that experience that's brain. That's something that's hard to. I'll tell you what, you can bother to make a lot of money, right? But, it's just something that I see in these kids, and that's what makes Spanish sports such a special place now.
You guys are opening against Fairhope, right?
California Dream.
Down there.
Yes, exactly.
How big is that? I mean, are you looking forward to that?
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, every game obviously is cliche. Every game just as important as the next, but a program like Fairhope and a coach like Ben Carter, that community and this development of good opening up, it's going to be a big time game. Very well coached, great team. It's going to be a really big test for us. Coming out the gate, first game of the year.
Coach, do you know the buildings do a lot of not this today is come up several times with students, their wife, that age, and moving up to the classification. So they have those you guys 7 or 8.
I don't know the number off the top of my head. I know the spots. I can see the spots now. I believe Spanish School is right there up in the top. So it's fairly close. I think it may be it's fairly close. So I think that's kind of every year you be confident about the classification, the evaluation. So I think it could go either way, 5 instead of 8 or 7 or 6 based on obviously this time is growing exponentially. So there's always that time to grow.
Vision, practical time in the last decade, so a little bit different pressure. Expect over this position of the
I don't feel pressure. I feel different of having that pressure because I know that with that pressure or patient at this point. You know, and we go into a football game with these kids and what they've shown to me. And that's, you know, coaching, you know, you do this, you do that, you only compare it, only do this. But the way we approach things, we look each other in the face, hold each other accountable, we do it for each other. That's that purpose, that's that love. And I'm gonna sleep at night. No matter how, I won't win every single day. Obviously, that's what I go with. I just believe in these kids, I believe in this community, and I can sleep at night knowing that we've done everything we can. You know, the pressure I put on myself is competitive. The outside pressure. We just do our thing.
Looking at your schedule, it's kind of set up, you know, like the warming phase of a car in the winter. Had to go out there and warm it up. You know, it looks like your schedule, you come out the gate, you know, warming it up, you know, to try to make a run toward the end. You know, did you set it up? It was already set up that way. Okay. Oh man, that was good.
Yeah, I mean, look at our schedule, obviously, 6 weeks long, SEC play, right? Fantastic competition, a lot of great coaching, just really a lot of great novelties. And then our 2 hour music player that 7 or 8 teams in the same county, fantastic programs, and they did fantastic jobs. But you know, I go back to this, these kids grind 365 days a year, the top notch competition, you know, and that's what they did. And that's kind of part of what this thing's all about. And that's why it's such a big thing here in the 6 is that I learned about.
All right, Coach, you want to get the kids up?
Absolutely.
Young men up, I should say.
Yeah, this is Josiah Hickson, senior safety. I near Miami.
What?
I near Miami. Yeah,
that's Joey, tell us about Coach coming in and what's your first impression of him was?
First impression of Coach, he came in, he started to change a little bit. As a player, you're not used to change, but you're used to the same. I'm used to the same coach for the past few years. And so when he started changing things, it was like more of a look at little things than look at the big. Because we were looking way ahead until August and focusing on the summers.
How hard was it making the adjustment to another coach? You know, and you just won last season. And it's like, oh, why are we getting a new coach? What was that adjustment?
I tell you, it was speechless for a moment. We heard Coach Baldwin, we were just like, wow. And we heard for a while we were just by ourselves, working out on the first period every day. We knew the time, everybody came on time. So it was just like, where the head coach is in. And so for a while we were sitting there doing our stuff, working out, every routine. And then next thing you know, everybody's phone buzzing about Coach Smith 2010 team coming back. Everybody's just like, it was more of a wow than just like, oh my gosh, what we're gonna do, how is this gonna affect us? There's just a big change, and we moved on.
In 2010, though, you were like 8 years old, right?
8 years old, watching on TV. On the sideline, yeah.
What have you been focusing on working on to impress this year?
Becoming a better leader. Trying to better myself around me. Because you're not the best, if you're the best player, you better everyone around you as a player than just you. You can't just focus on you.
Can you explain the Spanish Fort culture, just what Coach was talking about that tradition where you guys just always assume you're going to win until it happens otherwise?
I'll tell you like this, sorry. It's just ruthless aggression. That's all it is. A discipline.
Having a little brother like Nemo. How does that put pressure on you after, what he did out at South? Does it add more pressure to you being the big brother?
It's just competition. It's always been like that. That's the sport for you. That's the culture. Like President said, it's the culture. You compete. That's all you do.
Now, how much changes has it been since Coach took over?
It's like you never left. Like Coach never left. There's no changes. It's just we're doing turning the bigger things to smaller things. Looking at smaller things.
Give me an example of that.
So at practice, everyone has their helmet on the sideline while the practice is still going on. We have experiences. Coach made sure to walk over there, tell you, helmet's on, and totally behind the line. If you pass that line, you cross the line. That's a 5-yard penalty in the real game. You cross that line. And it's just
What about the defense? Tell us about the Thankful defense.
Expectations in the game. That's expectation. It's only 1 minute at a time, so it's like one day at a time.
What happened with the team at South Alabama that day? First time competing, and y'all had a couple comeback wins, just like Coach said. What was the camaraderie afterwards for everybody? How was everybody afterwards? I saw y'all huddling over, after, that game against, yeah.
What can we do to change that, make it better at the next game? It's more of a game-to-game thing. That's why we know so well. We're going to be truthful to each other, but we don't show what's wrong.
I know you guys seem like y'all got a rivalry with Sheridan. Which game you guys looking forward to playing?
We won.
All right, JoJo, thanks, man. Jake? How's it going, Jake?
Good.
Tell us what your expectations are for the offense this year.
I'm really excited about our offense. I feel like we had one of them. We play both positions. I'm excited about Brenden Bird. I think he's very poised.
I know a lot of people probably expected a drop off at quarterback, but I didn't see a drop off at quarterback. Just talk about the leadership role that he plays, with the offense.
Yeah, I think he's a great leader. Great leader, always doing the right thing, encouraging others, which is a big thing for me. Work on our culture, work always encouraging others. Lifting our teammates up, I think he does a great job with that. And I think being behind Bird, old quarterback, I think he learned a lot. I think that puts the best person for himself. What's the strength of your game from a tangible, physical aspect? Is it hands? Is it what? Hands, speed, quickness, after the ball, after what? Well, I feel like a lot of speed, but my mom, she always taught me, hey, he's my eight, but
And also in them 7-on-7 games, they were double teaming you. That's how Nemo kept getting wide open. I saw that also. So, creating the double team, is that something that you would like to do more? And if that's, what that other team's game plan is to stop you.
Double team is kind of really, shows that they have that, like Coach Sanchez, Coach Tony, who never cares about how much touchdown. I love to see teams score touchdown. What do you call Urban Coach and how do you think he does? I think the team is doing very well. Coach Smith, R&D, they are coaching. It seems like everybody trusts that.
What is a game night on the hill? Explain it.
Every time before a game, I just have chill. There's no real kind of expectation I can give. It's definitely something that you can only experience one time.
Was it when Coach came in and he started making small changes, as JoJo said? Was there? Did y'all have to get over that mentality of, man, we're Spanish Fort. What's this guy doing here?
Not really. I think everybody saw that the changes were just better ourselves, and all the changes were positive. There really wasn't any negative backlash in the team.
Even though y'all were youngsters when Coach was there last time, was there a feeling of, well, he's been here before. He knows what this is about.
Yes, sir. Well, when we first came in, I'll never forget, he told us that he was at heart. So, I think it's us knowing that he is better for him and get a lot of time. It wasn't outside of him.
Who are some of those offensive linemen that been putting in that extra work, out there?
I say, really, our whole offensive line, I think everybody on the line is putting in 110%. People might say we might be a little bit undersized, but I don't think that. I think that work hard, we have a lot of speed on our line. I think everybody's putting
What's your best route? I'm a main two football player. You probably wouldn't even born here. Wayne Best played in the NFL. He was short. He played slot receiver. One of his top routes where he would run in route, but then reverse right back to the outside. But you being the size you are, what do you think be your best route? And if coach, I want you to go look him up and look at something. Coach run that route. It might have helped you out.
Run a wide receiver.
You always seem like a guy who's not afraid to go across the middle.
So yeah, I've been hit a few times, but definitely not afraid to go across the middle. It's part of the game.
All right, guys, Coach. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Y'all,
Look forward to seeing y'all. Hey, want a group photo of you. Okay. Do what? Get those same food guys get some donuts. Wayne Corbett. Five people in this room don't know who Wayne
I'm telling you. New York Jets.
The oldest guy in this room.
Coach Chase Smith and the crew. Telling y'all it's gonna be an interesting season. Telling you. the Toro way. You just remember that statement. We definitely gonna get several of these clips from the interviews on today and break them down. But
You on Montgomery Catholic sideline? I think you were.
no, I was behind.
Yeah.
I was like in the middle. Oh yeah.
That's all done, huh?
Yeah.
You had to add Nemo. You had to add about Nemo. Man, I pitched him on for 2 weeks.
No.
Now he's going out. They're going to go out there tomorrow. He's going to knock his helmet.